Hello, everybody, and welcome to Valhalla is Calling, the 100% raw powerlifting meet held in beautiful Squamish, BC at Squamish Barbell. You're joining us a little late. We had a little technical difficulty, but we're just going into the second squats of Flight A. If you're new to this live stream, I am going to be your host, Sammy Cox, for this wonderful day. So, we're just coming in to Karen Ogilvie. She is going to be squatting 187 pounds for her her second squat. There we go. That's beautiful.
Good leg.
Okay, up next is Sarah Ellis. This is her first powerlifting meet. She currently CrossFits at Squamish Barbell. She will be lifting for her second lift 198 pounds. That's 90 kilos. There we go. Ah, that looks good. Ooh, 2 white lights. That means it's a good lift. Okay, bar is loaded for Andrea Young-Meadows, who is going to be attempting 203.9 pounds. That is 92.5 kilos. This is her second squat of the day. Andrea is this is not her first rodeo. There we go. Come on, fight. There we go. That looks pretty good to me. Ooh, 2 white lights. Here we go. That's a good lift and a PR for Andrea Young-Meadows. So now if you're new to the powerlifting world or even just the 100% raw union, this is a no drugs, no supportive equipment. You will see that the lifters still do wear the leather belts, and some will even wear knee sleeves. But there's no squat briefs or bench shirts or actually even knee wraps. There we go. So Kathy for her second lift is attempting 220 pounds. Come on, Kathy. That's 100 kilos. And we got 2 white lights. There we go. That's what we wanted to see. Unfortunately missed her first lift, which she didn't make. So this is a good comeback for Kathy. Okay, next up, we have Jordan. This is her first meet, and this is her second squat of the day. She is going to be attempting 226 pounds. Now, once you see Jordan, you realize this is a big weight, and I'm pretty sure she's going to impress us for the whole day. Once again, this is 226 pounds, and Jordan's body weight, this is almost double her body weight. Go. Nice, Jordan. Bring it up slow. That's it. Come on. Atta girl. Oh, that looked really good from my point of view. 3 white lights. That's beautiful, Jordan. She deserves a round of applause for that. Okay. Up next is Sue O'Connell. She's definitely an old favorite. She is going to be attempting 237 pounds. That is 107.5 kilos. This is Sue's second squat of the day. Her first one, she did get. So we're starting off strong for Sue. Atta girl, Sue. Sporting the new SBD Phantom singlet. Have to say I do like it and I'm a bit jealous. That is a nice lift from Sue. 3 white lights, that's what we like to see. Atta girl. Okay, up next we have Finn Parr. This is his first meet. He is 13-year-old and he's a student up in Squamish.
We've got Finn up next. He is attempting a national and provincial record.
So what I hear from behind me is he's attempting a national record and a provincial record. So this is big. He is attempting 107.5 kilos, which is 237 pounds. Once again, 237 pounds. And this is his first meet.
Show control, show
Look at this. As you'll see, look at that. Drive your heels into the ground. There we go. Nice, Finn. Yes, 3 white lights. That's what we want to see. What a way to start your powerlifting career. Okay, up next, we have an OG Squamish Barbell powerlifter. She took a little bit of a break, but she's coming back with a vengeance. Christy Hughes-Goyette. This is her second squat. She's going to be attempting 308.6 pounds. That's 140 kilos. She is also going to be sporting the beautiful SBD Phantom singlet.
All right, bars loaded for you, Christy. This is a provincial record attempt. Lisa,
This is
you're
a
on
provincial
deck.
record attempt for Christy. Once again, this is a provincial record attempt at 308.6. You can see that she has gotten into character for Valhalla Calling. Yes, Christy, that is a good lift. That is a good lift and a provincial record. What a way to come back to powerlifting. Okay, next up we have Lisa Lethbridge, who's going to be attempting 336.2 pounds. That is, I repeat, 336.2 pounds, which is 152.5 kilos. Now, Lisa is definitely not new to this sport. She is one of the
Bars ready for you, Lisa.
more consistent lifters. As you can see, she knows how to play this game. Okay. There we go. Come on, Lisa. Nice. Drive the knees. Drive. Oh! Oh, no. I definitely thought she had that. Okay. She's still got one more lift. Okay. Last but not least in flight A for the second squat.
Right, so we're back
Oh,
up to
nope.
the top of flight A
I'm lying.
with their last
Sorry.
squat.
We're going
We've got
for
Tara
the
Lynn
last
up first.
squat for flight A.
Juana, you're on deck.
Tara
Tara,
Lynn
you're in the
is
hole.
up first. We haven't seen her yet on the live feed. So this will be the first live feed one for Tara Lynn. Now, Tara Lynn is new to powerlifting. So this is her first meet. So we need a lot of support for these first timers. And we have a lot of them. So that's awesome. This is a sport that we should be growing, especially in BC, where we've got a lot of strong women and men, but we'll start with the women. So while I got some time, just to remind you, you're watching the live feed of Valhalla's Calling, 100% raw powerlifting meet in beautiful Squamish, BC at Squamish Barbell, which a lot of us hold near and dear to our hearts. Okay, here comes Tara Lynn for her third lift at 159.8 pounds. That is 72.5 kilos. This is her third squat. There we go. Nice step. Let's drive it up. Drive it up. That was a good fight. As we go. Three white lights. Atta girl, Tara Lynn. Way to go. It looks like that was also a PR for her. That is what we like to see today. Okay. Next up for her third squat is Wanda. This is Wanda's first powerlifting meet as well. And she is going to be attempting 176.4 pounds. That is 80 kilos.
Wanda. This is a provincial record attempt.
This is a provincial record attempt, which is awesome. What a great way to start your powerlifting career. Here we go, Wanda. Ooh, nice and smooth. That is 3 white lights. Good way to finish out the squats. Okay, next up we have an old favorite, Karen Ogilvie. She is doing her third squat at 198.4 pounds. That is 90 kilos. That is a nice weight. Very nice weight to end at.
Andrea, you're in the hole.
Ooh. Here we go. Once again, this is 198.4 kilos. Come on, Karen. Come on. Oh. Oh, too bad. Too bad. That's where we like to have those spotters. Excellent job. Just a thank you to the spotters already and the platers. Okay, next up we have Sarah Ellis. This is her third squat of the day. She is going to be attempting 209.4 pounds. That is 90 kilos. The bar is loaded.
Kathy, you're in the hole.
Here we go. There we go. So once again, this is Sarah's first powerlifting meet. She does currently train out of Squamish Barbell on the CrossFit side, and well, as you'll see, she is strong. Nice, Sarah. Nice. That was smooth. That's 3 white lights. That's how we end it. That's how we end the squats. Woo! That is a PR as well. Okay, up next we have Andrea Young-Meadows. Definitely a fan favorite. She is a nurse at Squamish General, and she will be attempting 209.4 pounds as well for her third squat, which is 95 kilos. Okay, she is sporting one of the lovely SBD singlets. I have to say, it might be time to upgrade my SBD to here we go. Upgrade from SBD to SBD from Inzer. Come on, Andrea, fight. Oh, that was a good try. That was a good try. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We have 6 more lifts of the day. Okay, up next, we have Kathy Brennan. Kathy has been powerlifting for quite a while, so she is not new to this at all. She is going to be attempting 231.5 pounds. That is 231.5 pounds. That's 105 kilos. Now, Kathy is the most senior woman in this flight, but no, doesn't make a difference to Kathy. This is a world record attempt for Kathy. Once again, world record attempt. So we need some support behind Kathy for this one. Come on, Kathy. Yes, Kathy. Yes, Kathy. That's good. That's good. 3 white lights and a world record for Kathy Brennan. Way to go. Okay. Up next, we have Jordan doing her final squat of the day. She is going to be attempting 237 pounds. That is 107.5 kilos. Once again, this is Jordan's first powerlifting meet. She has been training with us for a few months out at Squamish Barbell and impresses us every day. Okay. She is also sporting the SBD Phantom singlet. Here we go. Come on, Jordan. Fight, fight. Oh. Oh. was a good fight. That was a good fight. Okay. Up next, we have Finn Parr, the youngest competitor today. He is going to be attempting 248 pounds.
Since Finn attempted a national provincial record last time, he's attempting again.
So
break his own record.
now Finn is attempting to break his own provincial and national record at 248 pounds. That is 112.5 kilos.
Two, you're on deck. Christy, you're in the hole. Bar is ready.
Okay.
for Finn.
Here's Finn's third lift. Okay.
Show control. Here we go.
Once again,
Stand up.
first meet for Finn.
Come on, heels.
Yes, that looks good. Ooh, that looked good. There we go. Nice lift for Finn. And that looks like it's a PR as well. Good way to start the day. Okay, up next, we have Sue O'Connell. Definitely looking forward to this day for Sue. This has been a long time coming for her. She is going to be attempting 253.5 pounds. That's 253.5 pounds. That's 115 kilos. Time to smash this out of the park, Sue. Once again, she is also sporting the SBD Phantom Singlet. Come on, Sue. Yes. That is 3 white lifts and a great white lights and a great way to finish out the squats. Up next, we have her training partner, Christy Hughes-Goyette, for her third squat at 319.7 pounds. That is 145 kilos. Once again, that is 145 kilos for her third squat. As you'll see, Christy is sporting some Valkyrie hair and makeup, which I think is pretty awesome.
Lisa, you're on deck.
Getting into character for a solid meet. That's nice, Christy. And we have 3 white lights and a good lift for Christy. Yes, and that's a PR. Okay, last but definitely not least, we have Lisa Lethbridge with her third and final squat of the day at 336.2 pounds. I repeat, 336.2 pounds. That is 152.5 kilos. Lisa missed her second lift, so she's redoing the same weight as last time. And I don't feel like we need to have a concern that she's not going to make it this time. Okay. Let's go, Lisa. There we go. Nice and smooth. Oh, no. This is very unlike Lisa. Okay, that closes out Flight A. We'll be moving on to Flight B very shortly here. Flight B is basically the men.
So our first three lifters for Flight B will be Andrew, Jeff, and David.
Okay, starting off the men is going to be Andrew. This is his first powerlifting meet. Currently, he trains at Squamish Barbell, and he's going to be attempting 198.4 pounds. That is 90 kilos.
Bar is loaded for you, Andrew. Jeff,
Once
you're
again,
on
this is
deck.
his first
David,
meet.
You're in the hole. Bar is ready.
Often when it's your first meet, the main goal is to just at least solidify that first lift, especially the first squat. It allows you to relax for the rest of the day. Come on, Andrew. Nice. Oh, that's 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Okay, up next is Jeff Fielding. Now, this is definitely not his first meet. And he is going to be attempting 220.5 pounds. That is 100 kilos. Jeff also trains at a Squamish Barbell and has been training with us for a couple years now. Let's go, Jeff. Ooh, nice. I feel like that might have been a little light. Ooh, 1 red. He'll check in with a judge and see what is going on so he can fix it for the other 2 lifts, other 2 squats. I need 1 more coffee. Okay, up next we have David Mile. This is also his first meet, and he is going to be attempting 231.5 pounds. That is 105 kilos. Once again, this is David's first meet. This is what we want to see. The more people we get out into this community, the better. Okay, come on, David. Ooh, that was speedy. Ooh. Ooh. Now, that was a no lift mainly because he racked it before he was told. So for the squats, if you're new to this, they're in the 100% raw. There are, well, commands. So for the squat, you're going to have the squat call. Once you unrack the bar and you're standing there for a minute and they see that there's no movement of the bar, the head judge who sits in front of you will tell you to squat. Then, once you hit depth, or you assume you hit depth, then you come up and you will wait at the top and show that you have control again, and then they'll tell you to rack it. If you miss those commands, unfortunately, you're going to get a red light. Now, up next, we have Peyton Williams. He is a 15-year-old who is new to the powerlifting world, definitely known in the CrossFit world. He is going to be attempting 275.6 kilos. I repeat, 275.6 kilos, which is 125 pounds. Hold. Nice, Peyton. I think that's a good start. Oh, we'll have to figure out what happened there.
No lift.
That's okay, Peyton. You got 2 more lifts. 2 more lifts. Ooh, up next is Josh. Now, this is Josh's first powerlifting meet, but I need to add, Josh is going to be doing a 200-miler ultra run this summer in Washington State. I repeat, 200 miles this summer. He is going to be starting out with 297.6 kilos. That is 135 pounds. He just proves that powerlifting can help with the other sports. Let's get some support behind Josh for this one. Let's go, Josh. Josh trains out of Squamish Barbell as well. Nice, that looks good. Oh, that looks like that's a good lift. That's 3 white lights and a way to start it for Josh. Okay, next up we have another teen. This is Kieran Henning. He is 18 and trains out of Squamish Barbell. He is going to be attempting 308.6 pounds. That's 140 kilos. This is also his first meet. He's been training with Squamish Barbell for about a year now, if not a little longer. Let's go, Kieran. You have to remember that this first squat is probably the most nerve-wracking thing you're going to do all day. Here we go. That looks good. Fight it up. Oh, that looks good. That's 3 white lights and a good lift for Kieran. What a way to start. Okay, up next we have Jason. This is also Jason's first powerlifting meet. Currently, he CrossFits out of Squamish Barbell. And he is going to be attempting 330.7 pounds. Once again, this is Jason's first powerlifting meet. Oh, depth looks good. Oh, I think that's a 3 white lighter. Yes, 3 white lights. What a way to start. Okay. Next up, we have Mike Lane. Mike has been training with us for a couple, actually, I'm going to say a year at Squamish Barbell. And I actually believe he is the oldest lifter in this flight. But that does not change a thing for him. Mike is going to be attempting 352.7 kilos. That is 100. Oh, no, I messed that up. Let's start that again. 352.7 pounds. That is 160 kilos. Okay, once again, this is Michael Lane with his first squat of the day at his first powerlifting meet. This is a provincial record attempt. What a way to start. Okay. Oh, that's looks good, smooth. That's it, Mike, hold up. That's 3 white lights and a provincial record for Mike Lane. Okay, up next we have Rudy. This is his first sanctioned powerlifting meet. And he will be attempting 363.8 pounds. That is 165 kilos.
Bar is ready for you, Rudy. Devlin, you're on deck. Dan,
Okay.
you're in the hole.
Rudy also trains out of Squamish Barbell. Oh, that's smooth and fast. I think that was a little light for Rudy. But good lift and a good way to start. Often, if this is your first meet, it's recommended that your first lift be something you could do on any given day, no matter how you feel. You just want that confidence to get the first lift so that you know moving forward, everything else is great. Okay, up next, we have one of the big boys, Dev Hookham. This is not Dev's first rodeo. He is an old favorite that used to train out of Squamish Barbell.
Bar is ready for
He
you,
is going to be
Devlin.
attempting 396.8 pounds. That is 180 kilos. It's a good way to open. Oh, that looks good. Definitely hasn't missed a beat. That's a good lift for Devlin.
2 white lights is a good lift.
Up next, we have an old favorite, Dan Wales. He may have tried to leave us to go to the ultra running side, but you can't leave powerlifting. Dan is going to be attempting 185 kilos. That's 407.9 pounds. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Bar is loaded for you, Dan. Zach, you're on deck. Matt, you're in the hole.
Once again, this is not Dan's first rodeo, but he did take a little sabbatical to do some ultra running. That looks good, looks smooth. Looks like he hasn't missed a beat either.
Good.
3 white lights and a good lift for Dan. Up next, we have a fan favorite, Zach, who is not only a coach here at Squamish Barbell, but one of our favorite athletes. He's going to be attempting 440.9 pounds. That is 200 kilos.
Bar is ready for you, Zach.
What a way to
Matt,
start
you're
for
on
Zach.
deck. Corey, you're in the hole.
Come on, Zach. Ooh, nice depth. That is a big opener, and it's a good lift. That's awesome. Now, we have a quick minute before Matt Lucas, the founder of Lucas Tees, comes up to hit 242.5 kilos. That is 534.6 pounds. You'll see on that bar, it's a little bit different than some of the bars you'll see for CrossFit or Olympic lifting. This is a power bar. There is not only knurling on the two sides like you usually have, but there is knurling in the middle. It's a beautiful bar. Now, Matt Lucas currently does not train at Squamish Barbell consistently. Unfortunately, he's moved to the island. However, he's still one of our favorites and comes back often to train. There we go. Ooh, and he's also got the SBD Phantom. Definitely jealous of that. Once again, Matt is attempting 534.6 pounds. There we go. Oh, that's a beautiful lift. And you'll also notice that they put the racks in. And that's because you are allowed to have your grip outside. For big boys like Matt, it's a lot easier. Because once you get that grip on that bar, you want to be driving it into your back. And so some males and females need a wider grip to be able to drive that in. Okay, last but not least of the flight, we have definitely one of the favorites, Corey Constantine. Now, he's definitely one of the OG powerlifters out of Squamish Barbell. He is not new to the powerlifting meets. He is going to be attempting 551.2 pounds. That is 250 kilos. I repeat, 250 kilos to open. Corey's been training at Squamish Barbell for powerlifting for, it's got to be well over 10 years now.
Bar is ready for you, Corey.
Okay. Let's go, Corey. Oh. Come on, Corey. Whoa, that looks beautiful to me. That's 3 white lights and a good way to start. Woo. Okay, so that's the first squats down for Flight B. We're going to be moving into the second squats and starting at Andrew. Andrew's going to be attempting 209.4 pounds. Now, while we have a moment, Squamish Barbell Clinic has sponsored this meet as well, and they have Did You Know? The first one is, did you know that muscles make up approximately 40% of your total body weight? I repeat, 40% of your total body weight. This is Andrew's second lift, and he's going to be attempting 95 kilos. Once again, Andrew's first powerlifting meet. He's sporting the classic Inzer singlet. Oh, that looks smooth. I think we're going to have 3 white lights, and we do. He is putting on a good show here. Up next, we have Jeff Fielding. And while I have a moment, I'm going to do one more. Did you know? Did you know? Sorry, quickly. Did you know by Squamish Barbell Clinic? Did you know that the gluteus maximus is the body's largest muscle? That's the one in your buttocks, and it helps humans maintain upright posture. Some of these squatters probably have some of the nicest and biggest gluteus maximus you're going to see all day. I might be biased, though. Okay, Jeff is going to be attempting 105 kilos. That's 231 pounds. Nope, I'm going to add that 5. 231.5 pounds. while I got a moment here, I'm also going to let you know that, oh, no, bar's loaded. I'll come back to it.
All right, bar is ready for you, Jeff. This
But
is
I
a
will throw a
provincial
quick
record
thank you
check.
into Nestor's
David,
Market
you're
for
up.
supporting this meet.
Roll.
We really appreciate it. That's Nestor's in Squamish. Beautiful Squamish, BC. Okay, Jeff is starting with the 105 for his second. Oh, smooth. Oh, that's 3 white lifts and 3 white lights and a good lift. Now, if anybody who's connected to Rogue or the Rogue Invitational is listening, I am available for the Rogue Invitational. I repeat, I am available. Just contact Jeff Sebafano for my contact information. Once again, I'm Sammy Cox, your happy host for the day for this live feed of the Valhalla Calling 100% Raw Powerlifting meet in beautiful Squamish, BC. Okay, David's second attempt is 110 kilos. That is 242.5 pounds. Once again, this is David's first powerlifting meet. Oh, that looks smooth. Good hold, good hold. Oh, and we have 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Woo! That's really good because we had an unfortunate miss on the first lift. So that's a good way to bump up a little bit and to hit the third or second. Up next, we have Peyton Williams, actually. He is the 15-year-old. Now, just a little background on Peyton. Peyton is actually a CrossFit competitor, and he's made it quite far in the CrossFit world in the teen category. This is his first powerlifting meet and hopefully not his last. So Peyton is going to be attempting 130 pounds. Unfortunately, he missed his first lift, so we're going to want all the support you can to make this second squat. Come on, Peyton. There we go. Drive it up, stay still. That looks better. That looks better, Peyton. We have a good lift. Oh, that's better. That's what you need. Okay. Up next, we have Josh Behringer. And sorry if I mess up your last names. Once again, this is Josh's first powerlifting meet. He is one of our fan favorite ultra runners out of Squamish, BC. And actually, he works for Lululemon as a writer. So basically a jack of all trades is what I'm getting at. Josh is going to be attempting 145 kilos. That is 319.7 pounds. He's sporting the Titan singlet. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's okay. That's okay. We can have another shot at it. Okay. Next up, we have the eldest teen, Kieran Henning. He is going to be attempting 150 kilos. That is 330.7 pounds. Now, once Kieran comes out, have a look at that stylish leather belt he's wearing. I might be biased since he's borrowing mine, but yeah. Now, while I got a minute, you'll notice that all the lifters are using those leather belts. That is allowed. It is an allowed equipment. It's not classified as a supportive equipment. Okay. Once again, Kieran is going to be attempting 150 kilos. Now, this is Kieran's first powerlifting meet. And it doesn't seem to phase him, which is amazing. Look at that. Drive up, Kieran. Fight it, fight it, fight it. That looks good. Oh, that looks good. Nice, Kieran. That's a good lift. Okay. Next up, we have Jason Leroux. Once again, this is his first powerlifting meet. He currently trains at a Squamish Barbell on the CrossFit side. But hopefully, we can tempt him over to the dark side with the powerlifters. Jason is going to be attempting 347.2 pounds. That is 157.5 kilos. Now, you'll see Jason is sporting the snazzy Virus singlet. There we go. Drive, drive, drive. There we go. That looks like it's good. And we have 3 white lights. So just a little bit onto the singlet. Singlets, everybody's sporting a singlet, as you'll see, and it is mandatory. It is one of the things you have to have. So there are many different ones out there. The only rules you have with a singlet is 1, can't be compression, and 2, it can't have a zipper. Other than that, in the 100% raw union, the rest are acceptable. So we have Mike Lane up next. This is a national record attempt at 170 kilos. That is 374.8 pounds. Once again, this is Mike's first meet. He's been training with us, I think, about a year and getting stronger by the day. Yes, Mike. Ooh, that looked good. I think we're going to see 3 white lights. Ooh, 2, but that's still a good lift. Okay, up next, we have Rudy. Rudy's going to be attempting 380.3 pounds. That is 172.5 kilos. Once again, this is Rudy's first powerlifting meet. He currently trains at a Squamish Barbell on the CrossFit side. If you live in Squamish and have not come to Squamish Barbell and you're interested, I highly recommend that you reaching out. The contact information is on the Squamish Barbell website. Oh, that looks good. Nice drive. Hold that. I think we have a good lift. Yes, 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Okay, up next we have Devlin, or Dev as we call him. Dev is going to be attempting 187.5 kilos. That is 413.4 pounds, which should be menial stuff for someone who's a tree faller. Once again, this is not Dev's first meet. So we should see some big numbers today from him.
Bar is ready for you, Devlin. Dan, you're on deck. Zach, you're in the hole.
That's right. See? That's the box help, eh?
Okay. Nice, Dev. That looks like it's a good lift. Ooh, and 3 white lights. You'll notice Dev is sporting the Inzer singlet. That is a classic singlet. It's nice and thick. I may be saying this because I own it, and it's my favorite because it covers what I need it to. Okay, up next, we have the elusive Dan Wales. Dan is going to be attempting 429.9 pounds. That is 195 kilos. That is a lot of weight for him.
Bar is ready for you, Dan. Zach, you're on deck. Matt, you're in the hole.
Okay. Dan is sporting the Army Green Virus singlet as well. Oh, that looks good. Nice, Dan. I think we got 3. Oh, 2 white lights. He's going to probably check into why that third one. But that is a good lift. Next up, we have Zach. Zach is going to be attempting 463 pounds. That is 210 kilos. I repeat, 210 kilos.
Zach, followed by Matt and Corey at the end, and we'll be back to the top for our squat number 3. Bar is ready for you, Zach.
Now I also got to throw a quick thank you out to Lucas Tees for also sponsoring this event. Now notice Zach is sporting the red virus singlet. Come on, Zach. Ooh, that looks beautiful. Come on. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's a good lift. 3 white lights, that's a good lift. Zach is definitely one of our most consistent lifters. Zach used to actually be a competitive Olympic lifter, but we changed him over to the dark side. Up next, we have Matt Lucas of Lucas Tees, which is, as I mentioned before, a sponsor of this meet. Matt Lucas is going to be attempting 578.7 pounds. That is 262.5 kilos. Once again, you'll notice Matt, they move the rack arms in because Matt has a wide shoulder grip on the bar. This is not, as I mentioned before, Matt's first meet. He's been training for quite a few years with Squamish Barbell, remotely and in town. Okay. Let's go, Matt. Okay, that's some big weight. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. 3 white lights for Matt Lucas. That's a good lift. Okay, last but definitely not least, we have Corey Constantine. He is going to be attempting 589.7 pounds. I repeat, 589.7 pounds on his second squat of the day. That is 267.5 kilos. Now, Corey's been trained out of Squamish Barbell since he was a teenager. As we like to joke, he disappeared into the woods for a little bit, still showed up for most meets, and hit some massive numbers. Now he's been training consistently out of Squamish Barbell. It's just been insane. Now, while I have a moment while they're setting up the rack for Corey's height, just to give you a heads up, don't forget, Jamie Horth, our training partner and fan favorite out of Squamish Barbell, will be competing at UFC Fight Night 223 in Las Vegas next Saturday, April the 29th. You can watch her on UFC Fight Pass. We need to throw all the support we got for this town behind Jamie. Okay. Up next, Corey. Once again, Corey is attempting 589.7 pounds. Come on, Corey. Nice. Oh, that was good. So consistent. I'll also take note of the footwear Corey is sporting. Yes, those are Air Jordans. And yes, I am jealous. Okay, back to the top for the third and final squat for most of these lifters. And I say that because if you're going to hit a record, you can go for a fourth. So once again, we're going to start with Andrew for his third squat, and he's going to be attempting 100 kilos. Andrew's had a great start for his first powerlifting meet, and hopefully not his last.
Andrew, followed by Jeff and David in the hole.
Okay. So we're now into Flight B's third squats.
Bar is ready for you, Andrew.
If you're new to the powerlifting world, that is generally your final squat of the day. And you've probably got the most stressful lift out of the way. Okay. Come on, Andrew. Yes. Oh, that looks good. Yes, 3 white lights and a great way to end the squats. Woo. And a PR. You can't get much better than that. While we have a moment, I'm going to do another Squamish Barbell Clinic. Did you know? Did you know that the ear contains the smallest muscles? It also contains the smallest bones. Once again, if you're needing a little bit of support or attention after this meet, don't hesitate to reach out to Squamish Barbell Clinic to get some physio, chiro, massage, and even just some mental support. Jeff is attempting 110 kilos for his final squat. Oh, that looked good. Oh, 3 white lights and a good end to the squat and a PR. That's what we like to hear. Okay, for David's final squat of the day, on his first powerlifting meet ever, he's going to be attempting 115 kilos. That is 253.5 pounds.
Bar is ready for you, David. Peyton, you're on deck. Josh, you're in the hole.
Once again, this is David's first powerlifting meet, and so far, he's smashing it. Come on, fight. That was a good fight. Oh, 3 white lights and a good lift. And a PR. Now, if you're new to this, PR stands for personal record. Peyton Williams is up for his third and final squat of the day. He is going to be attempting 135 kilos. That is 297.6 pounds. Obviously, the second coffee has not kicked in yet. Once again, this is Peyton's first powerlifting meet as well. And hopefully we can tempt him over to the powerlifting side.
Kieran, you're in the hole.
In 2 weeks, Peyton will be turning 16, and it will be not only driving the bar out of the ground, but he'll be driving a car. Oh, that looks good. Oh, that's okay. Good try, Peyton. That was a good attempt. Next up, we have Josh Behringer for his third squat of the day. He's going to be reattempting 145 kilos. Unfortunately, he missed it on his second attempt, so might as well try it again on the third. That is 319.7 pounds.
Bar is ready for you, Josh. Kieran, you're on deck. Jason, you're in the hole.
Out comes Josh. Let's throw some support. We want this third lift. 3 white lights. Come on, Josh. Come on, there we go. Yes! Fight, yes! Yes! Ooh, that is a good lift. That is the way to end the squats for the day. Congrats, Josh. Okay, up next we have Kieran Henning. Now he is the 18-year-old, the oldest teenager in the meet. He is going to be attempting 155 kilos. That is 341.7 pounds. Once again, this is Kieran's first powerlifting meet.
Bar is ready for you, Kieran. Jason, you're on deck. Michael, you're in the hole.
Come on, Kieran. go, Kieran. You've got this. Come on, drive, fight. Oh. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Up next for his third and final squat of the day, we have Jason LaRoe. He is going to be attempting 165 kilos. That is 263.8 pounds. Now, while I have your ear for a minute, or a couple hours, just to let you know, if you're new to the powerlifting world or the Raw world, Raw was 100% Raw, was established in 1999. So not that new. And we're just looking to create or get more and more athletes into this sport and into the union. Once again, this is Jason's first powerlifting meet. There we go. That's a good fight. Oh, now that is a good fight. That is a good way to end the squats. And a PR. That's fantastic. Okay, up next, we have Mike Lane. He's in the Masters category, but you can't tell by the weights he is squatting. So for his third squat, he's going to be attempting 175 kilos. That is 385.8 pounds.
Okay, bar is loaded for you, Michael. This is another national record.
This is a national record attempt for Michael Lane. He previously got the national record on his second lift at 170 kilos. Once again, this is 175 kilos. Come on, Mike. There we go. That's a good fight. Yes. Oh, I think depth might have been the issue on that one. That's okay. It was a good fight. Up next, we have Rudy for his third squat of the day. It is going to be 182.5 kilos. That is 402.3 pounds. Once again, if you're just joining us, I am Sammy Cox coming to you live from Squamish Barbell in beautiful Squamish, BC for the Valhalla Calling 100% Raw Powerlifting meet. If you're in Squamish and you have some time, you might as well come down and catch it live. Or in person, I should say. Unless you like to hear my voice, then keep listening. Okay, Rudy is attempting 182.5 kilos for his third and final squat of the day. Oh, that was easy. I feel like he still got some in the tank there.
Good lift.
And that's a PR for Rudy. Okay, up next we have Dev. Dev is going to be attempting 195 kilos. That is 429.9 pounds. Once again, not Dev's first rodeo, but that still doesn't make the nerves disappear.
Bar is ready for you, Devlin.
Let's go, Dev.
You're in the hole.
Once again, this is Dev's third and final lift squat of the day. Oh, that looks smooth. Fight. Oh, that's a good fight. That is 3 white lights and a good lift. To watch someone or an athlete fight for that third lift, you know that nothing's left in the tank, and that's the best way to end your squats. Up next, we have, once again, the elusive Dan Wales. He is going to be attempting 210 kilos. That is 463 pounds. Once again, that is 210 kilos on a 86.3 kilo male.
Bar is ready for you, Dan. Zach, you're up next. Matt, you're in the hole.
Let's go, Dan. Let's get this third squat out of the way. Oh, that's it. That looked good. Whoa, that's a good lift. I have to admit, I'm a little shocked and impressed. Okay. Next up for his third and final squat of the day is Zach. Zach is going to be attempting 220 kilos. That is 485 pounds. Now, Zach is definitely one of the fan favorites. Not only is he a coach at Squamish Barbell, he runs his own landscape and company. So
Bar is ready for you,
not someone who
Zach.
sits still for very long.
Matt, you're on deck. Corey,
Come on,
you're in
Zach.
the hole.
Let's solidify this third and final squat of the day. Come on, Zach. Come on. Fight, fight, fight. There we go. I think we've got a good lift. Yes, 3 weight lifts and a good lift. And a PR for Zach. That's what we like to hear. Okay, up next, we have Matt Lucas. Matt Lucas is going to be attempting 608 pounds. That is 272.5 kilos.
All right, we've got our last 2 squatters this morning, and then we'll have a 15-minute break, moving into the bench. This is another national record attempt for
Matt is going to be
Lucas.
attempting a national record, which isn't surprising with Matt.
Able to
He's
convert
definitely
those
one of the heavy
kilos
hitters.
to 600 pounds.
Once again, this is 608 pounds. So as you'll see, there's extra spotters coming out for this
Bar
one.
is loaded for you, Matt.
Let's go, Matt. Come on, guys. One of the things I love about this sport is how supportive you are. Even though you're competing against each other, you really do want everybody to succeed. Come on, Matt. Come on. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. Come on. Come on. Oh, yes. That's beautiful. 3 white lights and a good lift for Matt Lucas. Once again, Lucas Tees is a sponsor of Valhalla Calling. You can find it on Cleveland Avenue in Squamish, BC. I highly recommend popping there after you've watched this meet. Okay, last but not least, Corey Constantine. Oh my goodness. Corey is attempting 622.8 pounds. Once again, 622.8 pounds. And to put that in perspective, Corey weighs 121.1 kilos, and he is lifting 282.5 kilos. Now, one thing I should mention, if you're new to the powerlifting side of things, to even out everybody, they use a formula called the Wilks coefficient. It's a mathematical coefficient that is used to measure the relative strengths of all the power lifters despite the weight class of the lifters.
All right, bar is loaded for
I'm
our
not
last
good at
one
math,
of
so I'm
the
not
day.
even going to go into that,
Corey,
but
this is
it does level
622
everybody out to an even level.
Let's go, Corey.
Okay, here, Corey, here we go. Once again, this is 622.8 pounds. Come on, Corey. Third and final squat. We need to see this. Oh, like butter. That is a good lift.
Woo! That was a bell ring, so a little PR. Okay, it is 10:32.
Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break while we get everything set up for the bench. Up next is going to be Flight A for the bench. That is the women is going to be starting in about 15 minutes. So we're looking at roughly 10:45. I'm going to take a quick break. But before I leave, I am going to let you know that one more Did You Know, brought to you by Squamish Barbell Clinic and all its lovely practitioners. Now, did you know that Valhalla is in Norse mythology, the souls of warriors who died nobly in battle were brought to a magnificent palace where they spent their days fighting for diversion, immune from lasting injury, and their evenings lustily feasting on freshly killed boar and and drinking the free-flowing mead. Now, Valhalla is a Old Norse word for the Hall of Heaven, the Hall of Slain. It's basically the heaven for warriors. It's usually a place of honor. So you'll sometimes hear people say it's an ice cream lover's Valhalla or a power lifter's Valhalla today. Anyways, I'm Sammy Cox. I'm going to take a short break and I will be back to start the flight A for the bench at Squamish Barbell. Valhalla is calling 100% raw powerlifting. Brought to you by Nestor's Market, Lucas Tees, everybody, and welcome back. We're about 5 minutes out of Flight A for the bench press. I repeat, that's Flight A for the bench press. Now, while I've got your ear for a little bit, I'm going to do some highlights. One, huge thank you to our sponsors, Nestor's Market in Squamish, BC. If you're looking for some snacks after the meet, I highly recommend you pop out there and pick up some stuff. I mean, I'm a little partial to the Coconut Bliss ice cream, but also I'd like to thank Lucas Teas, located on Cleveland Avenue in Squamish, BC. They are also one of our sponsors, and their founder and owner is currently competing. And last but not least, I would like to do a huge thank you to all the volunteers who have come out today to help out with the meet. These aren't possible without you guys. Once again, we'll be back in less than 5 minutes. And one more thing while I've got your ear, please don't forget to watch Squamish Barbell's very own Jamie Lynn Horth, who will be fighting next weekend, Saturday, April the 29th, in the UFC Fight Night 223. This is her premiere into the UFC. And I can say we're all very excited for her. It is about time. Once again, that is next weekend, Saturday, April the 29th. You can watch it on UFC Fight Pass. She will be fighting at UFC Apex in Las Vegas, Nevada. Once again, that's Jamie Lynn Horth, Squamish Barbell's very own. Hello, everyone. We are 4 minutes out before we start Flight A for the bench press. I repeat, we are 4 minutes out before we start Flight A for the bench press. Once again, I'd like to thank all the volunteers who come out. This is a huge help. We can't do this without you. I would also like to mention the judges we have today from the 100% Raw Powerlifting. We have Herb, who is the head judge. You'll see him front and center in front of the bench. We also have Lori and Mike, who you'll see on the sides. For every lift, there are 3 judges. Hence, there are 3 lights. Now, I would also like to mention, because you'll never see her on the camera, unfortunately, we have Kathleen, who is basically the ops manager, data entry, jack of all trades for 100% Raw. These 3 judges and the ops manager, Kathleen, traveled all the way from Alberta to help us out with this meet, which is just awesome. Once again, if you're just joining us, I'm Sammy Cox. I am your host for Valhalla's Calling by 100% Raw Powerlifting. in beautiful Squamish, BC at Squamish Barbell.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
We are 2 minutes out before we start flight A for the bench press. And we'll be starting with Tara Lynn. Once again, we are 2 minutes out. Well, we've got another minute. I'm going to give you some more information. Or did you know, brought to you by Squamish Barbell Clinic and all its lovely practitioners. Once again, they are located in the Squamish Barbell building. If you need a little touch-up after the meet or before any activities, or, you know, there's just something nagging you that you need help with. And that doesn't include your wife or your husband or your kids. Unfortunately, that is not something they can help you with. So, one more did you know? Did you know that the muscle called the masseter in the jaw is the strongest muscle by weight? It allows the teeth to close with a force up to 55 pounds on the incisors and 200 pounds on the molars. I repeat, that is 200 pounds on the molars. The body is a amazing piece of work. And as you'll see from the lifters today, it's incredible what it can do. Once again, welcome to Squamish Barbell for Valhalla is Calling. We are going to be starting off the bench in Flight A with Tara Lynn for her first bench, which is going to be 40 kilos. That is 88.2 pounds. Okay, once again, so if you're new to the sport of powerlifting, you will notice that the bar has changed. This is also a power bar, but it is different from the squat one, which is actually a squat bar. The circumference is a little different, and I'm going to mess this up and someone's going to point it out, but it is narrower. Nope. You'll also notice that for the bench, you're going to have a... Oh, sorry. Once again, Tara Lynn is attempting 40 kilos for her opening bench. That is a good lift. Okay, up next is Andrea Young Meadows for her first bench of the day. She's going to be attempting 47.5 kilos. That is 104.7 pounds. For the bench in 100% raw, there are bench commands as there were for the squat. There are 3 commands for the bench press. The first one is going to be bench, which allows the bencher to bring it down to their chest. Press, which tells them they can actually press it up. And last is rack. Oh, that is not a good lift.
No lift.
But she has 2 more lifts to get it back. Up next is Kathy Brennan. Kathy is going to be attempting 52.5 kilos. That's 115.7 pounds. They need to increase the caffeine or decrease. Haven't figured that out yet. Anyways, Kathy is not new to the powerlifting by any means or to the competition floor. So this should be an exciting bench for Kathy.
All right, bars loaded for you, Kathy. This is a world record attempt.
Oh, this is a world record attempt for Kathy Brennan. I repeat, this is a world record attempt. And it's on her opening lift. That looks good. I think this is going to be 3 white lights, and we have 3 white lights and a good lift. That is a world record for Kathy. Up next, we have Sarah Ellis. Once again, this is her first powerlifting meet, and she is going to be attempting 55 kilos for her opening bench. That is 121.3 pounds. Now, something cool with the rack that they use for 100% raw, it's called a ER rack. And as you can see, the platers can, and I guess spotters, can move the rack up and down quickly and efficiently so that you could have any height necessary. This is a huge advantage in the powerlifting world, and you'll see it at most meets. There we go. That looked good. That's a good lift for Sarah Ellis with 3 white lights. Up next, we have Jordan. Jordan is going to be attempting 57.5 kilos for her first bench. Once again, this is Jordan's first powerlifting meet. The nice thing after the squats, the anxiety drops a little bit for most people. Once again, this is 126.8 pounds for Jordan.
Wanda, you're on deck. Sue, you're in the hole.
You'll notice a friendly face bumping for these athletes. That is our very own Jessie Buffano, sporting the fantastic Justin Medeiros' CrossFit Games shirt. That's a good lift for Jordan. What a way to open the bench. Once again, if anybody's listening from Rogue or the Rogue Invitational, if you're looking for extra commentators, I'm happy to help. You can contact Jessie Buffano at Squamish Barbell for my contact information. Just saying. Anyways, up next is Wanda Bradbury. Once again, this is Wanda's first powerlifting meet. She's going to be attempting 60 kilos, which is a national record. That is 132.3 pounds. If you're new to the sport of powerlifting, not only is it broken up into weight classes, at certain ages, it is split up. Come on, Wanda. Oh, that looks good. We have 3 white lights and a good opening lift for Wanda Bradbury. Up next is the solid Sue O'Connell for her opening bench at 60 kilos, which is 132.3 pounds. Sue is an office manager by day, and by night, she is one of the strongest powerlifters at Squamish Barbell. Look at that rack. So you'll notice that there is a brief pause at the chest. What the head judge is looking for is the bar to stop moving. So there has to be a show of control. Then at the top, they'll hold control, and once the head judge sees that, they will tell them to rack. If any of those commands are skipped, let's say, unfortunately, that is a no lift. Up next is Karen Ogilvie. She will be attempting 62.5 kilos. That is 137.8 pounds. Ooh, that looks smooth. That is a good lift by Karen Ogilvie. you'll notice that there was one red light. It looks to me, from what I can see, she might have lifted up her buttocks or part of her foot. So for the 100% raw, and often most of the powerlifting unions, you need to keep your buttocks and your shoulder blades on the bench. Some have additional rules. The other one for 100% raw is your full foot needs to be on the ground or on pads on the ground. Up next, we have Christy Hughes, who's going to be attempting 77.5 kilos. That is 170.9 pounds for Christy's opening bench. Oh, unfortunately, as I was saying, you need to wait for the commands. Christy jumped the commands, and it's a no lift. However, we know she can hit it, so she will probably be going up her next lift. The good thing is there's a smile on her face as she walks away, so she knows what to do to fix it. Up next, we have Lisa Lethbridge, who's going to be attempting 77.5 kilos for her first bench. That is 170.9 pounds. To put that into perspective for you, 77.5 kilos is her bench, and she weighs 66.7 kilos. So we're going over double her body weight. No, I'm lying to you. That's not double her body weight. That's over her body weight. Once again, caffeine not kicking in. Now you'll notice that there was a change in quote-unquote bumpers. The lifter is allowed to have no bumper, ask for or have a specific bumper. That person who passes the bar over to the lifter is classified as a bumper, and that person needs to get out of the way before the lifter starts their bench. Okay, up next we have Finn Parr. This is the youngest competitor in this meet today. He is 13. This is his first powerlifting meet. He is going to be attempting 82.5 kilos. That is 181.9 pounds. Oh, looks good. Oh, that looks good. That's 3 white lights and a good opening lift for Finn. Okay, we're moving on to the second bench for Flight A, and we're going to be starting with Tara Lynn. Tara Lynn is going to be attempting 42.5 kilos. That is 93.7 pounds. Once again, this is Tara Lynn's first powerlifting meet.
Flight A for our second bench attempt.
Once again, if you're just joining us, I'm your host, Sammy Cox, coming to you live from 100% Raw's powerlifting meet, Valhalla is Calling, located in beautiful Squamish, BC, at Squamish Barbell. If you're new to the sport, welcome. I'd love to say I can answer questions, but I'm not going to hear them. So you can approach me after, and I will try. Okay, once again, this is Tara Lynn's second bench attempt. She is going to be attempting 42.5 kilos. Come on. That looks like it's good. We have 3 white lights and a good second lift for Tara Lynn. Okay, up next we have Andrea Young Meadows. This is not her first rodeo. And she will be attempting 50 kilos. That is 110.2 pounds. If you're new to the powerlifting sport or thinking about joining, I highly recommend it. It doesn't matter who you are, what you weigh, how old you are, what you do for a job. It is very all-inclusive. I might be biased, but It's fun. Once again, Andrea is attempting 50 kilos for her second bench. And we have, might have jumped the commands. Oh, nope. We have 2 reds, unfortunately, because her bum lifted off the bench. Like I mentioned before, there obviously are rules. They differ between the powerlifting unions. For 100% raw, your buttocks needs to stay on the bench. You might think that's pretty simple, but we're engaging all the muscles to try and drive that bar up off your chest. It does happen that your bum lifts up off the bench. Up next, we have Kathy Brennan, who is going to be attempting 55 kilos. This is another world record attempt by Kathy. Once again, if you're just joining us, I'm Sammy Cox, coming to you live from Valhalla Calling, a 100% raw powerlifting meet in Squamish, BC. Oh, that looks smooth. That is a 3 white light lift for Kathy, which means a good lift and another world record. Up next, for her second bench of the day, is Sarah Ellis. She is going to be attempting 60 kilos. That is 132.3 pounds. I have to say, I'm really happy that I can see this on a screen because I can't do these numbers quick enough for you. Okay. We have a good lift by Sarah. That is a good way to start. Well, no, we're in the middle of it now. That's a good way to go for your second or your first powerlifting meet, sorry. Up next, we have Jordan. Jordan is going to be also attempting 60 kilos for her second bench of the day.
Ready for you, Jordan. Wanda, you're in deck. Sue, you're in the hole.
Jordan is a sushi steward at Takarama on Cleveland Avenue, Squamish, BC. So if you're a little bit hungry after this or after watching, head over there. I can say their dumplings are definitely one of my favorite right now. We have 3 white lights and a good lift by Jordan. Up next for her second bench of the day is Wanda Bradbury. She's going to be attempting 62.5 kilos. That is 137.8 pounds.
Bar is ready for you, Wanda.
Once again, this is Wanda's first powerlifting meet, and she's going to be attempting a national record at 62.5 kilos. Come on, Wanda. Come on. Come on, fight, fight. That's it. Oh, that is 2 white lights and a good lift. Okay, up next, we have Sue O'Connell. Sue is going to be attempting 65 kilos for her bench. That's her second bench, 65 kilos. That is 143.3 pounds.
Bar is ready for you, Sue. Karen, you're on deck. Christy, you're in the hole.
This is old hat for Sue. Oh, that looked good. That looked good. That's 3 white lights and a good second lift for Sue O'Connell. Up next, we have Karen Ogilvie. She's going to be attempting 65 kilos for her bench. As I mentioned before, there is something classified as a Wilks coefficient, or that's classified. It is called Wilks coefficient in powerlifting, and it's where it levels all powerlifters to an even keel, so that it's not the heaviest weightlifter or a powerlifter who's always going to win. It's the coefficient, body weight, what you lift, all that stuff evens it out. So to give you an example, Karen currently is benching her own body weight. That is impressive. And she got 2 white lights, and she gets a good lift. Up next, we have Christy Hughes. She is going to be attempting 80 kilos. As you remember from the previous one, she jumped the gun on the commands. We still know she's going to hit it, so she's going to increase the weight, which is exactly what I would do. And she's going to be attempting 80 kilos. That is 176.4 pounds.
All right, bars loaded for you, Christy.
As she comes out, take a look at that hair and that makeup. She takes powerlifting to a great level. Once again, this is Christy Hughes on her second bench attempting 80 kilos. That looks smooth. She's hit the commands. Oh. Now, on that one, she went, you'll notice that the bar, as it was going up, it came back down. If the bar movement is in a continual movement upwards, unfortunately, that is a no lift. Now, Christy can attempt the same weight again, or she can even go up. That's a call between her and her coach. Next up, we have Lisa Lethbridge. Lisa is going to be attempting 80.5 kilos. Once again, taking the Wilks into consideration, Lisa weighs 66.7 kilos. So this is a lot of weight. Once you're benching, especially for women, over your body weight, it's a big deal. Now, this is a provincial record. There we go. That's good. That's good drive. That's steady. That's a good lift. That is 3 white lights, and that's what we want to see. Okay. Up next, we have Finn Parr for his second bench of the day. He's going to be benching 87.5 kilos. That is 192.9 pounds. Once again, this is Finn's first powerlifting meet. Once again, if you're just joining us, we're coming live from Valhalla Calling, a 100% raw powerlifting meet at Squamish Barbell in beautiful Squamish, BC. This is the last of the second bench for Flight A. That looks good. We have 3 white lights and a good lift for Finn Parr. Okay.
All right, so
we're back to the top for Flight A. This is going to be the third bench attempts for Flight A. We're going to be starting off with Tara Lynn at 45 kilos. Once again, huge shout out to the sponsors, Nestor's Market in beautiful Squamish, BC, and Lucas Teas down on Cleveland Avenue in beautiful Squamish, BC. And yes, even when the skies are gray like they currently are, Squamish is probably one of the most beautiful places. Yes, I am biased. Okay, we have Tara Lynn starting off the third bench for Flight A at 45 kilos. Once again, this is Tara Lynn's first powerlifting meet. Oh, that looks like it. Come on, fight, fight. Oh, now if you notice, there was a little bit of a downward motion. As soon as it does go downward, unfortunately, it is a no lift. Still, she's having a great first meet. Up next, we have Andrea Young Meadows, who's going to be attempting 52.5 kilos. Unfortunately, Andrea has missed her first 2 bench presses, so she needs to hit this to have a total.
Sarah, you're in the hole.
What a total is it is your best bench, squat, and deadlift weight added together, and that number is classified as a total. I'm not good at math, so I'm not going to get into anything else of that. Once again, this is the third lift at 52.5 kilos for Andrea. That should be good. That is good. We have a third lift, and it's good. And she will be... sorry. I'm just excited for her. Okay, up next, we have Kathy Brennan, who's going to be attempting 57.5 kilos to break her own record. Well, I got a moment of your time. I'm going to do another Did You Know, brought to you by the lovely practitioners at Squamish Barbell Clinic. Did you know that women actually have more sweat glands than men? But men sweat more. No, that's a lie. Men's sweat glands actually produce more sweat than women's.
All right, bars ready for you, Kathy.
Okay, up next is Kathy for another world record attempt at 57.5 kilos. Once again, this is Kathy's third and final bench of the day. Looks smooth so far. I think that we got a 3 white lights and a good lift for Kathy Brennan. That is a third world record. She just keeps beating her own world records. Okay. Up next, we have Sarah Ellis. Sarah is going to be attempting 62.5 kilos for her third and final bench of the day. Once again, if you're just joining us, we're coming live from beautiful Squamish, BC. And if you're hanging around in Squamish and you got nothing to do, or just want to come and watch this in person, come down to Squamish Barbell and check it out. Once again, this is Sarah Ellis's third and final bench of the day at 62.5 kilos. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Unfortunately, that is a no lift, but she still got her first 2. One thing you'll also notice with the lifters, not only are they wearing singlets, or as I call them, onesies that get in trouble every time, they are also wearing t-shirts underneath. Now, a lot of powerlifting unions, it is a requirement, and that includes 100% raw, and this is because it is to protect the other athletes. So anything that's going to touch the bar, minus your hands, is going to be covered. So for the squat, you're wearing it, and because the bar is going to be going across your back, and for the bench, you're going to be wearing it because your back is on the bench. Now, let's cut in quickly. This is Jordan's third attempt. She's going to be attempting 62.5 kilos. I will also add to this, she weighs 58.4 kilos, so she's benching over her body weight. Big deal. Very big deal. And that looks smooth. Hold. Oh.
No lift.
I'm not sure what happened, but that's okay. She still had a great morning. Like I said, so they'll wear a t-shirt. Now, you'll notice for the deadlift, a fair number of athletes will take off their t-shirts. That's because since the bar is not going to be touching their back, or the bench is not going to be touching their back, they do not need to wear a t-shirt under the singlet. The singlet still needs to be worn. However, you'll also notice at that point they'll put on socks. I will repeat all of this because I think it is very interesting. But it's all for the safety of the athletes. Up next, we have Sue for her third and final bench. She will be attempting 600. Nope, sorry. I would love to say that. She's attempting 67.5 kilos. That is 148.8 pounds. Once again, this is Sue's third and final bench of the day. That looks good. We have 3 white lights and a good lift. So far, Sue is cleaning up. Okay, up next we have Karen Ogilvie. Like I said before, Karen Ogilvie is a local physiotherapist. So if you're needing some attention after this, don't hesitate to reach out. Karen is going to be attempting 67.5 kilos as well. Once again, she weighs 65 kilos. I can't reiterate this enough. It is impressive to watch women bench over their body weight. I am not even close, so I am also jealous. This is Karen's third lift of the day. Third bench, 6 lifts. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Up next, we have Christy Hughes-Goyette. Now, this is her third attempt at 80 kilos. She's repeating her last one. Now, she has not made her previous 2 bench. So she needs to make this third and final lift to get a total. As previously mentioned, you need to have at least 1 good lift in each of the 3 lifts. So that's 1 good bench, 1 good squat, 1 good bench, and 1 good deadlift.
For you, Christy. This is a provincial and national record attempt.
From what I can hear, this is a provincial and national record attempt also at 80 kilos. So let's put some support behind Christy. She needs to hit this lift, and she's going to hit this lift. Now you'll notice she is settling her lats into the bench, getting tight and ready to make this lift like it's nothing. Yes, that's 3 white lights. Oh, sorry. I'm very excited for her. That was awesome. I might be biased, but she's one of my training partners, so I apologize. Up next, we have Lisa Lethbridge. She is going to be attempting 82.5 kilos. And if you remember, she weighs 66.7 kilos. So that is a lot of weight. Doesn't matter who you are. It is 181.9 pounds.
All right, Lisa, bar is ready for you. Finn, you're on deck.
Okay. You'll also notice that some of these athletes chalk their back. That just allows a little bit more sticking on the bench when they're pushing that bar away from them and pushing themselves into the bench. Once again, Lisa is attempting 82.5 kilos for her third and final bench of the day. Okay, so just to give you a little insight to what happened here. So as you'll notice, the spotters and platers are changing their rack height. So, which is awesome. They can change the rack height as you go, but you want to have it just clear enough that it's an easy lift out of the rack, but not only that, that you're not lifting too far and adding extra energy into the bench. Huge shout out for Tanya Montica for being the once again, that's huge shout out to Tanya for being Lisa's awesome bumper. Okay, last but not least, to round out the third bench and the last bench for Flight A is Finn Parr. He's going to be attempting 92.5 kilos, which is a national and provincial record attempt. Once again, take into consideration that Finn is 13. This is pretty amazing, pretty awesome. Start him young, right? Once again, Finn Parr is going to be attempting 92.5 kilos, which is 203.9 pounds. Oh, that's a no lift.
No lift.
Unfortunately, I think that could have been because of the spotters, so we'll see what happens there. Anyways, we're moving on
All
to
right, that is the
Flight
end of our
B.
Flight A
And we're going to be
bench.
starting with,
We're moving on to Flight B with their first attempt.
hold on, I'm waiting for the screen to change. Yes, for the first bench for Flight B, we're going to be starting
So
with
we'll be
Andrew.
starting with Andrew.
He is going to be
followed by
attempting
Jeff,
60 kilos.
and then Josh will be in the hole. Big shout out to our loaders and spotters. They work very hard today.
Once again, I don't know if you can hear that behind me, but huge shout out to the spotters and platers. You need to think about how much weight they're moving today because they're constantly loading and unloading the bar. I can speak from previous experience. You will be tired after this. Okay, up
Bar is ready for you, Andrew.
to start Flight
Jeff,
B
you're
for
on
the
deck.
bench,
Josh,
we have
you're in the
Andrew
hole.
Leland, who is attempting 60 kilos. Oh, that looks smooth. I think we have 3 white lights and a good lift for Andrew. That's a good way to start the bench. So far, he's having an amazing day for his first powerlifting meet. Up next, we have Jeff Fielding. Jeff is going to be attempting 70 kilos for his first and opening bench. If you're just joining us, we are in the first bench at Valhalla Calling, 100% raw powerlifting meet in Squamish, BC at Squamish Barbell. Once again, Jeff is attempting 75 kilos. I think that was a little light. But I will say this, from experience and from hearing other lifters, you want to make sure that your opening lift is solid. You want to make sure that you can do it on a bad day. And if you didn't see that, Jeff had a good lift at 75 kilos. Up next, we have, well, no, we're going to have a change of route here, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut until, oh, there we go. Up next, we have Josh with his opening bench at 77.5 kilos. I repeat, this is Josh's first powerlifting meet. I think we have about 14 new powerlifters in this meet, which is awesome.
Jason, you're in the hole.
Basically, the more the merrier. Josh is going to be running a 200 miler this summer in August in Washington State. I repeat, 200 miles. So powerlifting is not only just for powerlifters, it's for other athletes who want to increase the strength, and you'll see so many benefits from powerlifting. Once again, that is a good lift for Josh at 77.5. Ooh, and a PR at 77.5 kilos. Up next, we have Peyton Williams, who is going to be opening at 77.5 kilos as well. Once again, this is Peyton's first powerlifting meet. He
Bar is ready for you, Peyton.
is only 15
Jason,
years
you're on
old.
deck. David, you're in the hole.
Now, you'll notice that Peyton does not have anybody bumping for him. Now, this is fully and totally acceptable. It is up to the athlete what they prefer. Some people train without bumpers, so they're used to it. Oh, that looks like we got a good one. Yes, 3 white lights and a good lift for Peyton. Okay, up next we have Jason Leroux. He is going to be attempting 87.5 kilos. Once again, we are in the first bench for Flight B at Valhalla's Calling, 100% raw powerlifting meet. I am your host, Sammy Cox. Once again, if you have any connections to Rogue or the Rogue Invitational, I am available. Please contact Jesse Bufano for my contact information. Once again, this is Jason's first powerlifting meet. Oh, that looks smooth. We have 3 white lights and a good way to start the bench. Okay, up next we have David Mile, who's going to open his bench with 90 kilos. That is 198.4 pounds. This is also David's first powerlifting meet.
Bar is ready for you, David. Kieran, you're on deck. Michael, you're in the hole.
Once again, huge thank you to all the volunteers, both spotters, plate loaders, judges, all the operations team behind the scenes. Couldn't do this without you. Ooh. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Good fight, good fight, good fight. Nope, that's a no lift. I have a feeling that is due to the bar movement was not continually up. Upwards, sorry. Okay, up next we have Kieran Henning. He is the eldest teenie competing today. He is going to be attempting 100 kilos for his opening lift. That is 220.5 pounds. Once again, this is Kieran's first powerlifting meet.
Bar is ready for you, Kieran. Michael, you're on deck. Rudy, you're in the hole.
You'll also notice that some powerlifters bench with a belt and some don't. That is completely up to athletes' preference and how they train. That is a good lift for Kieran for his opening bench. Some other little bits of information for you. If you look at the setup right now, you'll see there are the weight or the plates on the bar are in kilos. In Canada, we use kilos. But also you'll notice that, I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but there are white dots on the back of the plates. Now these plates are calibrated. So you know that it is actually 25 kilos or 10 kilos or whatever, but that is a big deal. Up next, we have Michael Lane. He's attempting 100 kilos as well for his opening bench. Once again, this is Mike's first powerlifting meet at 64 years old. Pretty awesome. Don't let age ever be a reason to not do something. Come on, Mike. 3 white lights and a good lift. Now you'll also see right now that the loaders are taking off substantially larger clips. Now those clips actually weigh 11 pounds when you add it to the bar. A lot of athletes don't use those when they're training, but for a meet like this, you need to have it all looking skookum and working skookum. Those are also calibrated as well. You'll see there's a dot on them. Okay, up next we have Rudy opening at 107.5 kilos. Once again, this is also Rudy's first sanctioned powerlifting meet. Oh, that looks good. Oh,
No lift.
I'm not sure what happened there, but it's no lift. PD has two more lifts after this. Sounds like he lifted his bum off the bench. Unfortunately, that does happen more than you'd expect. Up next, we have Zach. Zach is going to be attempting 112.5 kilos for his opener. That is 248 pounds.
Bar is ready for you, Zach. And you're on
Now you'll
deck,
see
Devin.
Zach is
You're
coming
in the
out
hole.
with his belt on. Once again, this is complete athlete preference. I will say this, they need to be leather belts. You are not allowed to use Velcro belts for 100% raw. Ooh, that's smooth. That's 3 white lights and a good opening lift for Zach. Definitely one of our most consistent lifters. Okay, up next we have Dan Wales. Dan is going to be attempting 125 kilos. That is 275.6 pounds. Once again, that is 125 kilos for Dan's opening bench. And I poke fun at him for calling him the elusive Dan Wales because he has drifted a little bit away from the powerlifting on to the ultra running side, but we'll get him back. Oh, I think we have a good opening lift. Yep, 3 white lights and a good lift for Dan Wales. Up next, we have Dev. Dev is going to be attempting 127.5 kilos for his opening bench. That is 281.1 pounds.
Matt, you're on deck. Corey, you're in the hole, and then we're back to the top for our bench attempt 2.
You'll also notice that some of the lifters are wearing wrist wraps. That is completely acceptable in 100% raw. You are just not allowed to have your thumb through the little thumb hole. That is 2 white lights and a good opening lift for Dev. Now, one more thing I would like to mention is when the athletes do their weigh-ins, either the night before or the morning of the meet, all their equipment is checked by the judges. I'll add that too. So it, you know, there are, which is nice on the union like Raw, like they said, or like I mentioned before, no supportive equipment. So they are checking that you aren't using equipment that is disallowed and giving you an unfair advantage. Oh, here we go. We have Matt Lucas. He is going to be opening his bench at 155 kilos. That's 341.7 pounds. Looks smooth. We have 3 white lights and a good opening lift for Matt. Not surprised though. Now check out Matt's shoes. Now that, haven't seen those ones yet. I'll be asking him after. Last but not least, finishing out the flight is Corey Constantine, who's opening his bench with 165 kilos. That is 363.8 pounds. If you ask Corey, he definitely would say that his bench is his lift of choice. So it's not going to be a shocker that his weights are going to be probably the highest. Once again, Corey is attempting 165 kilos for his opening bench. Oh, that's smooth. Actually looked a little easy. Oh, I will say, if you notice there is 1 red light, it's due to his head lifting off the bench. Okay, we're coming back up to the top for the second bench. And we're going to start with Andrew Leland again at 65 kilos.
Andrew followed by Jeff, and Josh will be in the hole.
Okay, once again, we are starting the second bench attempts of Flight B at Valhalla's Calling, 100% Raw Powerlifting meet at Squamish Barbell in incredible Squamish, BC. Even on a gray day like this, I cannot complain about this town. And yes, I am biased. Once again, Andrew Leland is attempting 65 kilos for his second bench of the day. And just a reminder, this is Andrew's first powerlifting meet. Ooh, that's smooth too. That's 3 white lights and a good lift for Andrew. Up next, we have the jack of all trades, Jeff Fielding, who is going to be attempting 80 kilos for his second bench of the day. If you're just joining us, I am Sammy Cox, your host, happily coming to you live from Squamish Barbell in beautiful Squamish, BC.
Bars ready for you, Jeff. Josh, you're on deck. Peyton, you're in the hole.
We are in the second bench of Flight B. Let's go, Jeff. That looks good. We have 3 white lights and a good lift for Jeff. Up next, we have Josh. He's going to also be attempting 80 kilos for his second bench. Just a reminder, next Saturday night, our very own, our very own, and Squamish Barbell's very own, and Squamish's very own, Jamie Lynn Horth is going to be fighting at UFC Apex in Vegas in UFC Fight Night 223. That is April 29th. She is fighting Haley Cowan. This is her first UFC fight. Come on, Josh. Fight. Oh, that's okay. You have one more lift to get that. Unfortunately, that is a no lift for Josh. Just another tidbit of information. The 100% Raw Worlds this year are going to be in Virginia Beach down in the U.S. That is in November. Now, how to qualify for the sponsor team from Canada is you need to have at least one Raw competition under your belt in the calendar year and register a Wilks of 350 to 400 if you're a woman or over 400 if you're a man. Now we have Peyton Williams up for a second bench attempt. He's going to be attempting 82.5 kilos. That looks good. Come on, fight. Continue. Oh. That's okay. No lift, but you have one more lift after this, Peyton. Once again, huge shout out to all the volunteers, spotters, platers, judges, everybody behind the scenes. This is a big undertaking, takes a lot of personnel, and these people are all showing up on their Saturday morning to come and help out and support these lifters. Also, huge shout out to all the fans. Thank you for showing up or watching on the live feed. Once again, I'm your host, Sammy Cox, from Valhalla Calling. Up next is David Mile. He's going to be attempting 90 kilos again for a second bench. Once again, this is David's first powerlifting meet. Come on. Now, one thing I'll just throw out there, on the powerlifting side, when you come down in a bench, actually any of the lifts, you want to control. So that fast movement of the bar down your chest sometimes can throw you off. You want to keep your whole body tight as you bring the bar down because you want to keep the energy in so that when you push it out, you're using it all. Yes, I am going to get critiqued for what I just said because it's probably not the way you say it, but that's the way I explain it. Once again, I'm coming to you live from Valhalla Calling in Squamish, BC. Jason is now up for his second bench attempt at 92.5 kilos. That is 203.9 pounds. Oh, that looks smooth. Oh, 2 red lights. That's a no lift for Jason for a second attempt. However, he has a third attempt to get that. 92.5 kilos. Up next, we have Kieran Henning. He's going to be attempting 105 kilos. This is Kieran's first powerlifting meet and his second bench attempt. He did hit his first attempt at 100 kilos.
Bars ready for you, Kieran. Michael, you're on deck. Rudy, you're in the hole.
Come on, Kieran. Oh, that looks smooth. We have 3 white lights and a good second lift for Kieran. He's having a good day. Okay, up next we have Michael Lane. He's also going to be attempting 105 kilos. That is 231.5 pounds.
Ready for you, Michael. This is a provincial record attempt.
This is
Rudy,
a
you're on deck.
provincial
Zach.
record attempt for Mike. Once again, this is Mike's first powerlifting meet. Oh, that looks smooth. Come on, Mike. Keep it going. Nicely done. 3 white lights and a good second lift for Mike. Okay, up next we have Rudy. Rudy is going to be attempting 110 pounds. Just a reminder, he unfortunately missed his first lift at 110 kilos. He unfortunately missed his first lift at 107.5 kilos. So let's get the second one
Ready for you, Rudy.
in the bag for you.
Zach, you're on deck. Dan, you're in the hole.
Once again, this is Rudy's first powerlifting meet. Come on, Rudy, drive. Come on, come on. Oh, that's unfortunate.
No.
That is a no lift. Okay, up next we have Zach. Zach is going to be attempting 117.5 kilos. That is 259 pounds. We'll do a quick Did You Know brought to you by the lovely practitioners at Squamish Barbell Clinic. Did you know that it is possible to sweat too much? Overactive sweat glands, also known as, I'm not even going to attempt that one, can be caused by certain medications or medical conditions.
Bars ready for you, Zach. Dan, you're up next.
Fun facts.
Devlin, you're in the hole.
Once again, Zach is attempting for his second bench of the day, 117.5 kilos. Smooth as butter. Ooh, I'm not sure what that one was. Unfortunately, that is a no lift for Zach. We're moving on to Dan Wales for his second bench attempt today at 132.5 kilos, which is 292.1. Sorry to shortchange you there, Dan. Fun fact about Dan Wales, not only is his last name Wales, but he is also from Wales. Just a fun fact.
Bars ready for you, Dan. Devlin, you're on deck. Matt, you're in the hole.
Once again, this is Dan's second attempt. He did make his first attempt at 125 kilos, and this is 132.5 kilos. That's a pretty nice jump. Come on, Dan. Ooh, 2 red lights. I think that was a bum lift, unfortunately. We have one more lift to go for him. Well, for all the lifters, pretty much. Up next, we have Devlin. Devlin is going to be attempting 135 kilos. That is 297.6 pounds. Once again, if you're thinking about powerlifting,
for flight B, and then we're back to the
come
top.
join.
Bars
If you're in the
loaded and
Squamish
ready for you,
area,
Devlin.
reach out to
Matt,
Squamish
you're on
Barbell.
deck. Corey, you're in the hole.
It is an all-inclusive sport. Doesn't matter your weight, size, age. Everybody can do it as long as you have some determination and some drive, really. Once again, this is Devlin's second bench. That's a good lift at 135 kilos. Now we get into the heavy hitters. Up next is Matt Lucas. He's going to be attempting 160 kilos. That is 352.7 pounds. I repeat, that is 352.7 pounds.
Corey, you're on deck.
There, you might notice there is a little bit of a friendly competition between Matt Lucas and Corey Constantine. And I need to stay friendly because powerlifters, as much as you do compete against each other and yourself, there's a lot of camaraderie. Oh, that looks smooth. What do we got? 3 white lights and a good second left for Matt Lucas. Okay, last but definitely not least, for the second bench attempts for Flight B is Corey Constantine. Corey's going to attempt 175 kilos. That is 385.8 pounds. Once again, take into consideration that your body weight versus what you lift is what evens everybody out. And I don't do math, so I'm not going to explain the Wilks formula. But Corey is 121.1 kilos. So that's a big number above his body weight. Once again, this is Corey's second bench attempt, and he will finish out the second bench for Flight B. Oh, that's so smooth. Ooh, 2 white lights and a good lift. Corey does keep lifting his head off the ground, but that's okay. Okay, we are going to start the third bench attempts for Flight B. And we're going to start with Andrew again. Andrew's going to be attempting 67.5 kilos. That is 148.8 pounds. Once again, if you're just joining us, I'm Sammy Cox, coming to you live from Valhalla Calling, a 100% raw powerlifting meet in beautiful Squamish, BC, put on by Squamish Barbell. Once again, Andrew is going to be starting the third bench attempts for Flight B at 67.5 kilos. Come on, Andrew. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. He did get his first 2 bench attempts. Up next is Josh Behringer. He is going to be attempting 80 kilos again. Make up for his miss on the second bench attempt at 80 kilos. So let's give him a huge amount of support. We want to get this one. Once again, this is Josh's first powerlifting meet.
Bar is ready for you, Josh. Jeff, you're on deck, followed by Peyton.
Come on, Josh. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh, unfortunately, once again, that bar path descended. It needs to have a continual upward motion. However, the good thing is Josh did get his first attempt at 77.5 kilos. So far, he will still get a total. Okay, up next for his third and final attempt is Jeff Fielding. He's going to be attempting 82.5 kilos.
David, you're in the hole.
Once again, shout out to all the volunteers. Couldn't do this without you. Come on, Jeff. Come on, Jeff. That's okay. Good try, Jeff. You'll get it in the next meet. Okay, up next, we have Peyton Williams. Peyton is attempting 82.5 kilos. He is repeating his second bench attempt weight, as unfortunately he missed it. So let's get some support behind Peyton.
Bar is ready for you, Peyton. David, you're on deck. Jason, you're in the hole.
Once again, Peyton is attempting 82.5 kilos. Come on, Peyton. There we go. 3 white lights and a good lift by Peyton. Whew. Okay, that's a good way to end the bench. Okay, up next we have David Mile. David is going to be reattempting 90 kilos. He needs to make this as he has missed his first 2 attempts at it. This is 198.4 pounds. This is David's first powerlifting meet. So let's get some support behind David and make sure that he gets this lift.
Michael, you're in the hole.
Once again, David needs to make this bench to get a total for the day. Okay. Let's go, David. That looks better. Way smoother. Come on, fight, 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 fight. Oh. So unfortunately, why you might have heard some ahs and whatever. If you re-rack before the command is given, generally it's a no lift. However, it looks like the side judges missed that, and that works in David's favor. Once again, this is like a personal feeling. 100% Raw, who is the union that Valhalla is calling, currently in, is incredibly supportive powerlifting union. Very all-encompassing. Really, they just want to get people out and powerlifting. Okay, up next we have Jason, who is reattempting 92.5 kilos. That is 203.9 pounds. He unfortunately missed his second bench, so he's reattempting that weight. So let's make sure he gets this one to end the bench on a good note. So far, so smooth. I think we've got 3 white lights and a good lift. That's the way to end it. Okay, up next, we have Michael Lane. Michael is going to be attempting 107.5 kilos. This is his 3rd lift of the day. And I'm not 100% sure, but I'm going to say Michael is the oldest competitor in Flight B.
Bar is ready for you, Michael.
Once again, we are just in the 3rd bench of the day for Flight B. This is a provincial record attempt by Michael Lane. Oh, come on, Mike. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I think we might have 3 white lights and a good lift. What a way to end the bench for Mike. Okay, up next we have Kieran. Kieran is going to be attempting 110 kilos. That's 242.5 pounds. Once again, this is Kieran's first powerlifting meet.
All right, bar is loaded.
Okay.
Kieran, Rudy, you're on deck.
Once again, Kieran is attempting 110 kilos. in a very skookum, supposedly lime green belt, but it's actually yellow. Come on, Kieran. Fight, 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 fight. Come on, come on. Oh, that's unfortunate, but that was a good fight. You have to be proud of yourself for that. Okay, up next is Rudy. Now, Rudy has missed his first 2 bench attempts. He's going to be reattempting 110 kilos. He needs to make this lift to be able to get a total for the day. Once again, to get a total, you need to have one good lift in each of the lifts. Bench, squat, dead, and I know those are in the wrong order. Once again, Rudy needs to hit 110 kilos for his 3rd bench attempt. Here we go. Come on. Oh, no. Unfortunately, that is 3 red lights and no lift. So unfortunately, that does take Rudy out of the running for getting a total for the day. However, this is his first sanction meet. So now he needs to come back and change that for the next meet. Okay, next we are on to Zach. Zach is going to be attempting 120 kilos. Unfortunately, he missed his previous one at 117.5 kilos, but it's Zach, so we're not worried. So this is Zach's 3rd and final bench of the day. Once again, if you're just joining us, we're coming to you live from Squamish Barbell at Valhalla Calling, 100% raw powerlifting meet in Skookum, Squamish, BC.
Bar is ready for you, Zach. Dan, you're on deck. Devlin, you're in the hole.
We only have a couple more lifters before we move on to the Flight A deadlifts. Okay, Zach, let's clean up and hit this 120 kilo bench. Come on, Zach. Come on, Zach. Come on, Zach. Come on. Oh, unfortunately, that is a no lift. He did make his first bench, so he will still qualify for a total of the day.
No.
A thing to remember if you're new to the powerlifting, or if you're not and you just don't know this, lifts can change on a daily basis. Depends on how you're feeling, what you've eaten, what's happened, how well you've slept, like almost any sport. So, something can be so easy on another day, and then all of a sudden it becomes significantly harder. So all these athletes, huge amount of respect for coming out, period. Okay, up next we have Dan Wales. Dan is going to be attempting 137.5 kilos. He did miss his second bench, but he did get his first. However, he is still going up from his second bench miss. Once again, he's attempting 137.5 kilos for his 3rd bench attempt. Oh, that is too bad. Once again, Dan did hit his first bench attempt, so he will still be able to qualify for a total. Okay, up next is Devlin. Devlin is going to be attempting 140 kilos. That is 308.6 pounds. Once again, this is Devlin's 3rd lift of the day, and so far he's hit every bench with ease.
Bar is ready for you, Devlin. Matt, you're on deck. Corey, you're in the hole. Our last 3 benchers.
We are coming down to the last 3 benchers of the day. Once again, this is Devlin's 3rd bench at 140 kilos. That looks strong. That's what happens when you bench press logs for a living. That's a good lift for Dev. Up next is Matt Lucas. This is going to be his third and final attempt at the bench at 165 kilos. That is 363.8 pounds. Once again, we are also sponsored by Lucas Tees on Cleveland Avenue in Squamish, BC, for all your loose leaf tee needs. Once again, we are down to the last two lifters in the bench press for flight B. Come on, Matt. Oh, that's good. That's smooth. Oh. Oh, no. That's okay. Last but once again, definitely not least, we have Corey Constantine, who is going to be attempting 182.5 kilos. That is 402.3 pounds. Corey is going to be the last lifter of the day in the bench press.
All right, bar is loaded for you, Corey.
Once again, this is Corey's third lift at 182.5 kilos. Oh, come on. Oh. Unfortunately, that is a no lift.
All right, that is
Okay,
the end
we are going to
of
take a
our
break
bench.
while we get set up for the final lift of the day, the deadlifts.
20. We are going to
We
go
will
again
be
at 12.
starting the deadlift at 12:30. I repeat, we'll be starting the deadlifts for flight A at 12:30. So grab a snack or some lunch or coffee, and we will be back at 12:30 for the flight A deadlifts. And you don't want to miss the deadlifts. That's when the fun begins. Once again, quickly before I go, if you're just joining us, we are coming to you live from Squamish, BC at Squamish Barbell for the 100% Raw Valhalla is Calling. Huge thank you to our sponsors, Nestor's Market and Lucas Tees. I am your host, Sammy Cox. I need to take a break, but I'll be back and you'll hear my lovely voice again within the next half an hour. Thank you. Hi there, this is Sammy Cox coming to you live from Valhalla's Calling, the 100% Raw Powerlifting meet at Squamish Barbell in beautiful Squamish, BC. Just to let you know, we will be coming back to you for the Flight A deadlifts at 12:30. You've got just over 15 minutes. Once again, we will be starting the deadlifts for Flight A at 12:30. Thank you. everybody. This is your 10-minute warning until we start the deadlift portion of the day at Valhalla Calling, 100% raw powerlifting meet. We're going to be starting with Flight A at 12:30 Pacific time. I repeat, that is 12:30 Pacific time. I will be back in less than 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello, this is Sammy Cox, just giving you the 5-minute warning. Once again, we'll be starting the deadlifts of Flight A at Valhalla's Calling, 100% raw powerlifting meet at 12:30. I repeat, that's 12:30 Pacific time. Thank you. Welcome back. We'll be shortly starting Flight A for the deadlift. That is Flight A for the deadlift. Welcome to Valhalla Calling, 100% raw powerlifting meet held in beautiful Squamish, BC at Squamish Barbell. While I got your ear for a moment, Huge shout out to our sponsors, Nestor's Market, located in beautiful Squamish, BC, and Lucas Teas, located on Cleveland Avenue in Squamish, BC. If you're just joining us, I am your host, Sammy Cox. Excited to start the deadlifts. It's a great way to close out a meet. We should see some heavy hits today. Also, while I have your ear, if you don't have plans already, which I hope you don't, our very own Jamie Lynn Horth will be fighting in UFC Fight Night 223 next Saturday, April the 29th. She's going to be fighting in Las Vegas at UFC Apex.
All right, let's get.
And you can watch it on UFC Fight Pass. That's our very own Jamie Lynn Horth. She will be fighting Haley Cowan for her first UFC fight. It's about damn time. Once again, if you're just joining us, we are going to be starting shortly the deadlift for Flight A with Terralyn Miles. She will be opening at 90 kilos for the opening deadlift. Also, while I've got your ear, huge shout out to all the volunteers today. You guys have been doing a fantastic job. That includes the judges, the platers, the spotters, and all the incredible people behind the scenes doing the ops, date entry, all that fun stuff. Also, if you are new to the powerlifting world, you notice that the bar has changed again. This is a deadlift bar. Even though deadlift and me are not friends, probably my favorite bar to use. Once again, here is Terralyn Miles starting off the deadlifts for Flight A at 90 kilos. You'll see that she's using a frog stance for the deadlift. And that's a smooth up. She waits for the down command, and it looks like that's a good lift for Terralyn's opening deadlift. Up next is Wanda Bradbury. Wanda is going to be opening up at 92.5 kilos. This is Wanda's first powerlifting meet.
Bar is ready for you, Wanda. Rachel, you're on deck. Sarah, you're in the hole.
Now you'll also notice on this that the lifters have now added, or some of the lifters have added. Oh, that looks good. That's 3 white lights for good lift for Wanda's opener. Once I was saying, you'll notice that Wanda was wearing socks. For the deadlift, all the athletes need to wear socks that go to their knees. This is not only for the protection of the athlete against that lovely knurling on the bar, it's protection and cleanliness of the bar. When you're deadlifting, you generally do keep that bar very close to your shins, and you will see some athletes basically scratch it right up their shins. Now we have a deadlifter only join in the ranks, Rachel Forbes. This is her first powerlifting meet. She is opening at 95 kilos.
Good lift.
And that's a good lift. Okay, next up we have Sarah Ellis. She is going to be opening her deadlift at 105 kilos. That is 231.5 pounds.
Bar is ready for you, Sarah. Andrea, you're on deck.
Speaking from
Kathy, you're in the
experience,
hole.
you're generally pretty excited at this time, and you're also a little tired. So it's always exciting to watch the lifters at this point. Ooh, that was smooth.
Good lift.
3 white lights and a good lift for Sarah. Up next, we have a fan favorite, Andrea Young Meadows. She is going to be opening at 110 kilos, which is 242.5 pounds.
All right, Andrea, all ready for you. Kathy, you're on deck. Karen, you're in the hole. Bar is loaded.
Ooh, Andrea's sporting some fantastic no bulls for her deadlift. Oh, that's smooth. You'll notice her stance. That's a good lift for Andrea. You'll notice her stance is a little different than the first couple lifters. She is actually doing a sumo deadlift. It's athlete's preference, really. Depending on where your strength is and if you have any limitations,
Ready for you, Kathy.
that's where you're going to want to either talk to a coach or someone who is a powerlifter and kind of suss out where you want to go.
On deck, Christy, you're in the hole.
Up now we have Kathy Brennan, who's attempting a world record at 112.5 kilos. That looks smooth. Wow, that's a good lift for Kathy. She is having a great day. Okay, up next is Karen Ogilvie. Karen is going to be attempting 125 kilos. That is 275.6 pounds. I will also remind you, Karen Ogilvie weighs 65 kilos. Let's think about that for a minute. Yeah, exactly.
Bar is ready for you, Karen. Christy, you're on deck. Finn, you're in the hole.
Karen also is sporting the black Nobles. Yes, I'm going to highlight shoes on the deadlift. I apologize now. Oh, that was smooth, Karen. Karen's also doing the sumo and getting a good lift for her opening deadlift. Next up, we have Christy Hughes-Goyette. She is going to be attempting 127.5 kilos for her opening deadlift. Once again, Christy is an OG powerlifter out of Squamish Barbell. She did take a little bit of a sabbatical for a few years, but she's coming back strong.
Okay, bar's ready for you, Christy. Finn, you're on
Now,
deck.
Christy is sporting which I am actually jealous about, the powerlifting shoes. Oh, that was good. Three white lights for Christy. A little bit light, but like I said before, you do want to make sure your opening lift is solid. Okay. Next, we have Finn Parr. He's also going to be attempting 127.5 kilos for his opening lift. Oh, that looked smooth. That's 3 white lights and a good lift for Finn. Okay, next up we have Jordan. Jordan is going to be attempting 130 kilos, which is 286.6 pounds for her opening deadlift. Once again, this is Jordan's first powerlifting meet.
All right, bar is ready for you, Jordan. Sue, you're on deck. Lisa, you're in the hole.
Okay. You'll notice that Jordan is also doing the sumo deadlift. And smoothly at that. That's a good lift. And Jordan opens cleanly for her deadlift of the day. Okay. Next up, we have Sue O'Connell. Sue O'Connell is going to be attempting 150 kilos. A little light for her. I am biased, but that is 330.7 pounds. Once again, as mentioned, you want to start out strong. You want to hit that first lift. Just sets a good tone. Now you'll see Sue is sporting the Reebok powerlifting shoes, which unfortunately they don't make again. If you are from Reebok and you can hear this, please bring them back. Now you'll also notice Sue is doing double overhand grip for a seamless deadlift and a good lift to open up. Once again, 100% too light for her, but that's fine. Last but definitely not least is Lisa. Too many L's. I apologize. Lisa's going to open up at 165 kilos. That is 363.8 pounds. Once again, a good way to look at this, not just how heavy they are, add into the formula their body weight, because it is basically you're going pound for pound. Now, Lisa is taking the extra step. As I mentioned, you do not need to wear a t-shirt under your singlet for the dead. It's the only lift you do not need to. So she's taking full advantage of it. Once again, Lisa is attempting 165 with ease. I don't think there was a question though. That's 3 white lights and a good lift for Lisa. Okay, we're going back to the top and we're going to be starting the second deadlift for flight A. And we're going to be starting with Tara Lynn. Tara Lynn is going to be attempting 95 kilos.
So we'll have, we're on to deadlift number 2. So Tara Lynn, you will be starting
Once again,
Wanda,
a quick
and then
did you know
Rachel.
brought to you by the awesome practitioners at Squamish Barbell Clinic. Did you know what vanity muscles are? They're classified as the muscles you can see while wearing a t-shirt and shorts. This includes forearms, biceps, calves. Some people include chest and shoulders in the grouping, but your typical vanity lifter won't care about these muscle groups. Just some food for thought with summer fast approaching. Okay, up. Next, Tara Lynn is attempting 95 kilos to start the second deadlifts for flight A. Once again, she's taking a different deadlift stance, which is usually classified as a frog stance. Looks like 3 white lights and a good deadlift for Tara Lynn. From my point of view, this is always going to be the more fun because you know you're almost done. And you kind of, depending on the lifter and what you're good, you kind of throw caution into wind by the last lift. Probably going to get in trouble for saying that later, but that's how I did it.
All right, bars ready for
Okay,
you, Wanda.
up
This
next is
the
Wanda.
provincial record
She is
attempt.
attempting 100
Rachel,
kilos,
you're
which is
on
a
deck. Sarah,
provincial
you're in the hole.
record attempt. Oh, that's smooth. That looked good. Yep, 3 white lights for a good lift for Wanda's second attempt at 100 kilos. Okay, up next is Rachel. Once again, Rachel is only doing the deadlift portion of the meet, which you can. You can basically do one of the lifts. However, she will not be able to total. I mean, that's obvious. Anyways, Rachel is attempting 102.5
Andrea, you're in the hole.
kilos. That is 226 pounds. Once again, take into consideration, Rachel weighs 56.3 kilos. And she did it with ease. 3 white lights. Good second lift for Rachel. And a PR. Okay, up next we have Sarah Ellis. She is going to be attempting 112.5 kilos for her second deadlift. So far, she's having a pretty skookum first powerlifting meet. So hopefully she will join the dark side and come be a powerlifter. Or at least compete more often.
Bar is ready for you, Sarah. Andrew, you're on deck. Kathy, you're in the hole.
Now you'll also notice that there is a spotter still for a deadlift. Oh, that was smooth. 3 white lights and a good lift. The spotter at the back is there for the sake that sometimes, after a little bit of stress or exertion, let's say, for a deadlift, there has been situations where the deadlifter falls backward. So we do put safety first of all the lifters, so we have a spotter there to catch if necessary.
Bar is ready for you, Andrea.
Okay,
Kathy,
Andrea
you're on deck.
Young Meadows
Sarah, you're
is
in the
doing her
hole.
second deadlift at 115 kilos. That is 253.5 pounds. Now you'll also notice, oh, that was nice. That was nice. 3 white lights, good lift for Andrea. Now you'll notice Andrea had what we classify as a switch grip. So one hand faces forwards and one hand faces the other way. This is just to give a better grip on the bar. half of the lift is not only being able to move it, but being able to hold your weight. Up next, we have Kathy with her second deadlift of the day at 120 kilos. That is 264.6 pounds. Now, Kathy is sporting the... Ooh, that was good. That was good. Okay, up next, we have Karen Ogilvy. Karen is going to be attempting 132.5 kilos for her second deadlift. Now you'll also see there is a red implement. That is to allow the loaders to easily load onto the weights onto the bar, the plates onto the bar. Once again, Karen is attempting 132.5 kilos for her second deadlift of the day. Oh, that was beautiful. You'll also notice that there is only one command on the deadlift. That is the down command. So once the bar has reached the top and the lifter has full lockout, the head judge, who sits front and center, will give a hand gesture of a downward command. And then the loader can, with control, put the barbell down on the ground. If you release the bar from your hands at the top of the lift, unfortunately, that is a no lift. Okay, up next is Christy Hughes-Goyette. She is attempting a 137.5 kilo deadlift, which is 303.1 pounds. Oh, too smooth, too smooth. That was nothing. Good lift for Christy. Okay, up next is Jordan. Now, Jordan is going to be also attempting 137.5 kilos for her second deadlift. Once again, if you're just joining us, I am Sammy Cox coming to you live from Valhalla Calling, 100% raw powerlifting meet at Squamish Barbell in beautiful Squamish, BC. Now, the other thing with the shoes for a deadlift is you want as flat as possible. Because nice, Jordan. Because you want to ensure that you're not getting either tilted forward or uneven by shoes. So you'll notice that people are wearing Nobles, they're wearing Converse Chuck Taylors, they're wearing Reebok powerlifting shoes. Some are in CrossFit shoes, but generally we recommend that you're going as flat as possible. You do not want to heel on these.
Bar is ready for you, Finn.
Okay, up next is Finn Parr. He's attempting 150 kilos. That is 330.7 pounds. Once again, Finn is a 13-year-old. This is awesome. Now, Finn is sporting my favorite shoes for CrossFit, but one of my favorite shoes, Strike Movement. Strike Movement, if you're listening, still my favorite shoe. Wear them all the time for CrossFit. And also good traveling shoes. Okay, up next, we have the fan favorite, or one of the fan favorites, Sue O'Connell. Sue is going to be attempting 160 kilos. That is 352.7 pounds. Still think this is relatively light for her, but I am not her coach or her, so I keep my mouth shut.
Lisa, you're on deck, and then we're back up for deadlift attempt number 3.
Now you'll see Sue has double overhand grip, and she will, ooh, easy, easy. Now you'll see she has a double overhand grip, and then what she'll do is she'll actually hook grip it. So it would be easy if you could see my hands so I could show you, but basically you're gonna wrap your pointer finger around your thumb to lock it in. Anything you can do to add a little extra help to grip that bar. There is significant knurling on that bar that does help, also helps it rip out of your hands at high weights. Okay, last but not least, we are finishing up the second deadlift with Lisa Lethbridge. at 177.5 kilos. That's 391.3 pounds. Come on. Easy. Easy. Not surprised with Lisa. That's a good lift. Okay. We're starting the final
All right, we're back
deadlifts
up to
for
the top of
Flight
Flight
A.
For our third deadlift attempt.
Once again, huge thank you to the judges and all the volunteers who've come out today. We can't have these meets without you guys. And also to all the fans who are here in person and watching, listening in via the live feed at Squamish Barbell's YouTube channel. We appreciate you.
So we will have,
And if you're thinking about coming out and trying powerlifting, please get in contact with your local powerlifting gym. Even you can actually contact 100% Raw and they can direct you to gyms that are nearby. Okay, Tara Lynn is starting her third deadlift at 110 kilos. Oh, that's smooth. There we go. That is a good lift and a PR for Tara Lynn. Okay, up next for her third and final deadlift is Wanda Bradbury. Once again, this is Wanda's first powerlifting meet, and she is going to be attempting 105 kilos, which is 231.5 pounds.
Bar is ready for you, Wanda.
Also remember, these guys have already done 3 benches, 3 squats, and now are deadlifting and putting it all out on the line. It's awesome. That's a good lift for Wanda. Way to round out the day. Okay. Up next is Rachel. She is going to also be attempting 105 kilos, which is 231.5 pounds. That's a lot of weight.
Bar is loaded and ready for you, Rachel. Sarah, you're on deck. Andrea, you're in the hole.
You'll notice that Rachel is sporting the Converse or Chuck Taylors. Oh, there we go. Best faces happen in the deadlift. That's 3 white lights, 3 good lifts for Rachel. What a way. Oh, and a PR. What a good way to get into powerlifting. Next time we'll get her to do the bench and the squat. Okay, up next is Sarah Ellis for her third and final deadlift of the day. She's going to be attempting 117.5 pounds. That is 259 pounds. Or sorry, 117.5 kilos, which is 259 pounds. Once again, this is Sarah's first powerlifting meet. I love to see new people. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, good fight. That's a good fight. Unfortunately, that's no lift, but she has had a great day, and I hope a good start to her powerlifting career. Okay, next up we have Andrea Young Meadows. Andrea is going to be attempting 120 kilos, which is 264.6 pounds. Once again, this is not Andrea's first rodeo, but you still get the nerves anyways.
Bar is ready for you, Andrea.
Once again, we are in the third and final deadlifts for Flight A. Andrea, I love those shoes. Come on, Andrea. That's it. There we go. Easy. 3 white lights and a PR for Andrea. That is the way to finish out your day. Okay. Up next, we have Kathy Brennan. Now, Kathy is going to be attempting 127.5 kilos. That is 281 pounds for her final deadlift of the day. So far, she's been having an incredible day. So let's keep the train rolling.
Karen, you're on deck. Jordan, you're in the hole.
best faces in the deadlift. And that's Kathy's third lift is good. And a PR. You'll notice, I think you can see it from your angle, there is a bell that the athletes are ringing. So all those athletes are ringing that bell if that is a PR for them. Once again, PR is a personal record. Always a good day when you hit at least one. Okay, up next we have Karen doing her third and final deadlift of the day at 137.5 kilos with amazing socks. Once again, 137.5 kilos, and she weighs 65 kilos. And it's smooth. You can't, that's what you want to see. 3 white lights, good lift, weight around out the day, Karen. Okay, up next we have Jordan. Now once again, this is her first powerlifting meet. And she is going to be attempting 142.5 kilos. Jordan recently started powerlifting with the Squamish Barbell and has just been soaring from there. Once again, this is Jordan's third and final deadlift at 142.5 pounds. Oh, beautiful, Jordan. Oh, this is the stuff you like to see. That is a good lift, a great way to end the day. She definitely deserves to be happy. All the athletes do. It's been awesome to watch today. It's been a while since we had a sanctioned meet at Squamish Barbell, and it's been a while since there's been a meet for 100% raw out in BC. So it's about damn time. Okay, up next. A favorite of yours and mine, Christy Hughes-Goyette, is going to be attempting 145 kilos. That is 319 pounds with a double overhand grip and amazing hair. Oh, smooth. She should have gone heavier. That's 3 white lights and a great day for Christy. Oh, so happy. It's great to have her back at Squamish Barbell. Okay, we're down to the last 3 deadlifters in Flight A. Finn Parr is up next. Once again, that is Finn Parr. He's a 13-year-old. His first powerlifting meet. We hope this is not his last. He is going to be finishing off at 155 kilos. That is 341.7 pounds. Once again, his body weight is 77.7 pounds. Think about that for a minute.
All right, bar is loaded for you, Finn.
Okay, kid. That's good. Everything you got. Here we go. Oh, easy. 3 white lights. Good lift. I hope to see him at a way more meets. And that's a PR for him. Okay. I am biased. Definitely one of my favorites and one of my training partners. Sue O'Connell is up next. Now, I will say this, and she's going to get mad at me. We were hoping she'd attempt 400 at this meet, but it's tax season and she works at an accounting firm, so the stress levels have been high. However, she is attempting 369.3. Her goal of this meet is to get all her lifts, and so far, pretty good. She's looking strong, and from what I can hear, she's having a great day. Double overhand grip. And, oh, so easy. Come on. Ah, that's what I love to see. Definitely a good day for Sue O'Connell. Yes, I am biased. Last but not least, Lisa is bringing out the big guns. No surprise here. She's going to go for 190 kilos. That is 418.9 pounds. I repeat, that is 418.9 pounds. That is a high weight for a female.
All right, bar is
and when you
you,
put into the formula, she weighs 66.7 kilos. It's awesome. Let's throw some support behind her. She's rounding out the final lift for Flight A. This should be gorgeous. Oh, no. Oh, that's okay. That is okay.
Let's give a big round of applause
Huge round of applause for all of Flight A. You guys did an awesome job. I hope you were so proud of yourselves. It was awesome to watch. Tried not to get too excited, but you know, it happens. I hope to see all you new lifters out at the next meet as well. Okay, we are moving on to Flight B. We are going to start with Andrew at 130 kilos. Once again, this is Flight B for the deadlifts, rounding out the day.
Again, a big shout out and thank you to our volunteers.
Once again, if you're just joining us, I am Sammy Cox, coming to you live from Squamish Barbell in beautiful Squamish, BC at Valhalla's Calling, 100% Raw Powerlifting meet. Thank you to all the volunteers, thank you to all the judges, thank you to the athletes, and thank you to everybody who came out to watch both in person and online. Also, if you are listening to me and you have some time next Saturday, our very own Jamie Lynn Horth will be fighting in her, I can't think of the word, but her first UFC fight at UFC Fight Night 223. That's Saturday the 29th. Okay, opening up for Flight B is Andrew Leland at 135 kilos. That is 297.6 pounds, and it moved so easily that I feel like that was easy. Okay, up next, we have David Mile. Now, David is going to be opening up at 145 kilos. That is 319.7 pounds.
Bar is loaded for you, David. Jeff, you're on deck. Josh, you're in the hole.
Oh, easy. Good way to start. Good way to start. That's a good lift for David. Okay. Also, huge shout out to Jesse Buffano, who this whole thing could not have been possible without. I'm sure he'll appreciate this, but if you see him, high five him and say thank you.
Bar's ready for you, Jeff.
Okay,
Josh,
up next is
you're on
Jeff
deck.
Fielding.
Pete, you're
He
in
is
the
opening
hole.
up his deadlift at 152.5 kilos. That is 336.2 pounds. There we go, Jeff. Easy.
Good.
That's a good lift for Jeff and a great way to start the deadlifts. Okay, up next we have Josh. Josh is opening up at 162.5 kilos. That is 358.2 pounds. Once again, and I know I've said this often, Josh is going to be running a 200-mile ultra trail run in the summer.
Bar is ready for you, Josh. Pete, you're on deck. Rudy, you're in the hole.
So powerlifting helps all sports, not just powerlifters. Once again, this is also Josh's first powerlifting meet. Oh, that was smooth. Easy. Good lift. Okay. Up next is Peyton Williams, one of the teenage competitors. He is going to be opening up at 165. Once again, this is Peyton's first powerlifting meet. So far, I think he's been doing pretty good. Hopefully, this will just be the kickoff for him coming over to the powerlifting side.
Rudy, you're on deck. Jason, you're in the hole.
I am impressed by Peyton's socks and shoes. Okay, let's. There we go. That's smooth. 3 white lights. Good opening lift. Great way to start. Okay, up next we have Rudy. Rudy is going to be opening up his deadlift at 180 kilos. That is 396.8 pounds. Sorry. Once again, this is Rudy's first sanctioned powerlifting meet. Once again, huge shout out to all the volunteers today. You are all going to be tired at the end of this, but you should be proud. So far, a great meet.
Bar is ready
Okay.
for you, Rudy.
Rudy once again is up at, he's opening up, sorry, at 180 kilos. Okay, up next is Mike Lane. This is his first deadlift, and he's going to be attempting 210 kilos. That's 463 pounds. Once again, Michael is the oldest competitor in the Flight B. And looked pretty easy. Well, that's a good start. 3 white lights. Good lift for Mike. Okay, up next is Dan Wales. Dan is going to be attempting 225 kilos. That is 496 pounds. Once again, Dan has been elusive for the last little while since he is also following his ultra running career. Hopefully we'll get him back on the powerlifting side soon. This is not Dan's first rodeo either.
Bar is ready for you, Dan. Zach on deck, Corey. You're in the
Okay, we are
hole.
coming down to the last couple lifters, and this is when the weights start to just get a little crazy. And that looks smooth. Love to see the veins pop out of the heads too. That's a good lift for Dan. Okay, up next is Zach. Zach is going to be attempting 230 kilos. That is 507.1 pounds. Okay.
Bar is ready for you, Zach.
Once again, Dan is
Corey,
opening
you're
up his
on
deadlift
deck.
with
Matt,
230
you're in
pounds. Now Dan, Zach, obviously with the beautiful ink that he has also opted to not wear his shirt under a singlet. And with all that ink, I don't blame him. Ah, that's it. That's what we like to see. That's a good lift.
the hall. Good lift.
Okay. Up next is Corey Constantine, one of the heavy hitters. Corey is going to be opening at 232.5 pounds. Yes, I'm a little biased, but I do train with him, and I apologize now. And there's
Bar is ready for you, Corey. Matt, you're on deck, and then we're back to the
now you
top
get
of
a
flight B.
perfect view of the Air Jordans as well. And he lifts it like nothing. Not surprising. That's 3 white lights and a good lift for Corey. Okay, last but definitely not least is Matt Lucas, a fan favorite on the deadlift. Matt is going to be attempting 272.5 kilos. That is 600.8 pounds. I repeat, 600.8 pounds to open. Once again, Matt Lucas is the founder and owner of Lucas Tees on Cleveland Avenue in Squamish, BC.
Bar is ready for you, Matt. No. Yes, Matt. And they're back up to the top.
Rounding out the first deadlift, Matt Lucas. Once again at 272.5 kilos. Like nothing. Always impressive. Always good to watch. That's a good lift by Matt Lucas. Okay, we're going back to the top, and we are starting the second deadlift for Flight B. And we'll be starting with Andrew Leland again at 145
All right,
kilos.
with that, we're back up to the top of Flight B with our second deadlift attempt. We've got Andrew, followed by David and Jeff in the hole.
You'll notice that the competition. Nope, let me start that all over again. You'll notice that they were just using a brush on the deadlift. Basically, they're just cleaning out the chalk off the knurling to allow for a better grip. That bar is extremely knurling, has extreme knurling. I can tell you that for a fact. It has hurt my hands many times, but you want to have that grip because you don't want to reach close to the top and then the bar slip out of your hands. Okay, once again, Matt Leland is starting off the second deadlift of Flight B, the final flight of the day at 145 kilos. Once again, this is Andrew's first powerlifting meet, and that's a good lift. Yes, I jumped the gun, but I was pretty sure. Okay, up next is David Mile. For his second deadlift, he is going to be attempting 152.5 kilos. That is 336.2 pounds. Once again, cleaning off some of that chalk to allow for a little bit more stickiness, let's say, for the deadlifters. Once again, this is David's first powerlifting meet. That looked pretty good to me. 3 white lights and a good lift for David. Okay. Next we have Jeff Fielding. He's going to attempt 160 kilos. That is 352.7 pounds. Once again, huge thank you to all the sponsors and the volunteers.
Bar is ready for you, Jeff. Josh, you're on deck. Peyton, you're in the hole.
Let's go, Jeff. That's a good lift. And a PR. Okay, up next is Josh. Josh is going to be attempting 172.5 kilos, 380.3 pounds.
Bar is loaded for you, Josh. Peyton, you're on deck. Rudy, you're in the hole.
Let's go, Josh. Once again, Josh's first powerlifting meet. And so far, pretty good. Josh is doing a switch grip and a sumo. And not a problem. That's what happens when you got those strong legs from ultra running. And a PR. I think he's having a good day. Okay, next up is one of the teenagers, Peyton, who is going to be attempting 175 kilos. That is 385.8 pounds. Remember, Peyton is 15. It is impressive. You also have to take into consideration these athletes are often quite tired. They're properly fueling, but you still are tired.
Jason, you're in the hole.
Okay. Let's hear some cheering for Peyton. Taking the slack out of the bar. That's it. Come on, upward motion, upward motion. I think it was a downward motion on it, unfortunately. However, he's got one more attempt to get that lift. Next up, we have Rudy. Rudy is attempting 190 kilos. That is 418.9 pounds. Wow.
Bar is ready for you, Rudy.
Okay.
Jason, you're
Let's
on
go,
deck.
Rudy. Let's get this
You're
second
in the
lift
hole.
in the bag.
Good lift.
That's a good lift for Rudy. This is what we like to see. Okay, up next we have Jason. Jason is going to be attempting 192.5 kilos for his second deadlift. That is 424.4 pounds. That's good. Also, this is Jason's first powerlifting meet.
Bar is ready for you, Jason.
And I'm pretty sure he's having a great day.
Down in your hole.
There seems to be still a smile on his face. Looks smooth. Down command and 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Okay. Up next is the final teen of the powerlifting meet. That is Kieran Henning. Kieran is going to be attempting 195 kilos. That is 429.9 pounds. Once again, this is Kieran's first powerlifting meet, and hopefully not his last. Just a quick clean of the bar to make sure that grip sticks to your hand like glue or like little pins, depending on who you are.
Bar is ready for you, Kieran.
Okay, once again, Kieran is
Deadlift,
attempting
you're on
his
deck.
second deadlift
Michael,
at
you're in the hole.
195 kilos. Oh, smooth. That's not even a question. 3 white lights. Good second lift for Kieran. Okay, next up we have Dev. Devlin is attempting 197.5 kilos. That's 435.4 pounds. Once again, if you're just joining us, which I hope you're not, because you've missed some awesome lifts, I am Sammy Cox, and you're watching the Valhalla Calling 100% raw powerlifting meet. Oh, that was light. That was light, Dev. That's 3 white lights and a good lift for Devlin. Almost sent the bar through the ground, but it's good. And that's what we like to see. Okay, up next is Michael Lane. Once again, I will reiterate this multiple times. Michael is the oldest competitor on the Flight B and in the males. So age definitely does not hinder. So that is not an excuse for any of you sitting there thinking, well, I'm of a certain age, I can't do this anymore. Not an excuse. Michael is going to be attempting 222.5 kilos. That is 490.5 pounds. And this is only his second deadlift. Smooth, smooth, smooth. Oh, not sure what happened there. He has one more lift to make it up. Okay, up next is Dan Wales. Dan is going to be attempting 235 kilos for his second deadlift. That is 518.1 pounds. Once again, take into consideration body weight. Dan is not a big guy. He's also dropped a few pounds because of his ultra running, which he is now sitting at 86.3 kilos. Just think about that. I'm not good at math, but I even know that's a big difference.
Zach, you're up next, followed by Corey.
Some good vein poppage out of the head. And we have 3 white lights and a good lift for Dan. Okay. Next, we have Zach. Zach is going to be attempting 240 kilos. That is 529.1 pounds. Yes. Once again, 529.1 pounds.
Bar is ready for you, Zach.
We are down to the last 3 deadlifters.
Followed by Matt.
Always good to watch Zach. Movements are always so sleek. And this is no different. That is 3 white lights for a good lift. Okay, we're coming to the last 2 deadlifters who definitely have a friendly competition between each other. Corey Constantine is up next with his second deadlift attempt at 242.5 kilos. That is 534.6 pounds. Yeah, I know. Once again, this is the second to last deadlifter on the second deadlift of the day, or second deadlift for Flight B. Yes, I can't get over the good. It's just the shoes. Corey. That's okay. He's got one more attempt. He better not get into his mind about that one. Okay, last but not least, Matt Lucas. Definitely the heavy hitter on the deadlifts. Matt is going to be attempting 292.5 kilos. That is 644.8 pounds. Once again, Matt is the last deadlifter at the second deadlift for Flight B. Stick around because it gets way more exciting on the third deadlift.
This is a world record attempt for Matt
This is a world record attempt for Matt Lucas. I repeat, this is a world record attempt for Matt Lucas. This is only his second deadlift as well. I need to hear some cheering. Now, for a world record attempt, if
Bar is ready for you, Matt.
actually, I'll leave it. I'm not going to explain that well. Okay, let's hear some cheering for Matt. This is, once again, this is a world record attempt for Matt. Good lift. See what 2T can do for you, and a PR. Once again, Matt Lucas is that Matt Lucas of Lucas Tees on Cleveland Avenue. Once again,
All right, we are back.
you can see what T does for an athlete. Okay, we are going into our third and final deadlifts of the day for flight B, which is our last flight of the day. We're going to be starting with Andrew Leland again at 152.5 kilos. Once again, huge thank you to our sponsors, Nestor's Market in Squamish, BC. Pop over there after you're done watching this meet if you need some sustenance, snacks, dinner. Highly recommend the Coconut Bliss. Also, huge thank you to Lucas Tees. Once again, Cleveland Avenue. Good loose leaf tees. Okay, here we go for the third deadlift of the day, rounding out his meet. This is when you get excited because you're almost done and it's a go for it moment. That's good. That's a good face too. That is all white lights and a good lift for Andrew. Okay, up next we have David Mile. Now, David is going to be attempting 160 kilos for his third and final deadlift. That is 352.7 pounds.
Bar is ready for you, David.
Okay.
Jeff, you're up next, followed by Peyton.
There we go. That's a good lift and a good way to finish the meet and a PR. Way to go, Dave. Hope to see you in future Raw Powerlifting meets. Okay, up next, finishing up his day is Jeff Fielding. He is going to be attempting 167.5 kilos for his third and final deadlift. That is 369.3 pounds. Once again, Jeff is not new to the powerlifting world, but it's always still exciting and nerve-wracking.
Followed by Josh.
Oh, that looks good. That looks good. That's a good lift for the father of four, Jeff Fielding. Way to end your day at the Valhalla is Calling powerlifting meet. Okay, up next for his third and final deadlift is Peyton Williams. Once again, this is a 15-year-old who is going to be attempting 175 kilos. Unfortunately, he missed his previous deadlift, but he has another chance at it on his third deadlift. So let's rally around him and make sure he gets this. Once again, this is Peyton's first powerlifting meet, and hopefully not his last. Come on, there we go. There we go. Yes. Way better. That better. Yeah, 3 white lifts and a good lift for Peyton. That's the way to do it. Okay. Up next is Josh. Josh is going to be attempting 180 kilos. That is 396.8 pounds. Once again, this is Josh's first powerlifting meet, hopefully not his last. And let's end this on a high note. Oh, there we go. That is like silk. That's a good lift and a PR. Yeah, that's the way to end it. Okay. Up next, we have Rudy. Rudy is going to be attempting 197.5 kilos. That is 435.4 pounds. Once again, the weight you lift, very important, but also your body weight. There's a formula, Wilks coefficient. I can't explain it. I tried, I Googled it and tried to figure out a wording. I'm not good at it. But anyways, so it does put all the lifters on a level playing field. So, you know, every pound counts both ways, body and on the bar. Okay. Once again, Rudy's final deadlift of the day is 197.5 pounds. This is his first sanctioned powerlifting meet. Hopefully not his last.
Bar is ready for you, Rudy. Jason, you're on deck. Kieran, you're in the hole.
Oh, that was easy. That was good. Good to see. That's 3 white lifts, 3 white lights, a good lift, and a PR for Rudy. Congratulations on your first powerlifting meet. Hope to see you at the next one. Okay, next we have Jason. Jason is going to be attempting 202.5 pounds for his final deadlift of the day. That is 446.4 pounds. Once again, first powerlifting meet. Hopefully not his last.
Bar is ready for you, Jason. You're on deck, followed by Devlin.
I hope all these lifters have enjoyed their day so far because it has been impressive. Oh, that was smooth. Great deadlift face as well. That's 3 white lights, good lift, and a PR. Love it. Love it. Okay, up next we have Kieran, the last teenager competing in this powerlifting meet. He is going to be attempting 205 kilos. That is 451.9 pounds. Once again, this is Kieran's first powerlifting meet at 18 years old, and hopefully not his last.
Bar is ready for you, Kieran. Devlin, you're up next, followed by Michael.
Here we go. Okay. We are going to... We need to get behind him. Come on, let's end this on a good note for Kieran. Oh, that was good. That was smooth. That's what we like to see. 3 white lights. Good lift for Kieran. And a PR. Good way to end it for him. Okay, next up is Devlin. Devlin is going to be attempting 210 kilos. That is 463 pounds. This is the note you want to end your meet on. Even though this isn't Devlin's first rodeo, we haven't seen him in a couple years on the
All right, Bar is ready for you, Devlin.
powerlifting floor.
Michael, you're on deck, followed by Corey.
There we go. Looks good. 3 white lights. Good lift for Devlin. Great way to end. And he added a PR. That's what we want to hear. Okay. Next we have Michael Lane. Michael is going to be attempting 222.5 kilos. That is 490.5 pounds. Once again, Michael's first powerlifting meet. I'm hoping not his last. Once again, I hope you're not just joining us, but if you are, we're coming down to the final lifters in Flight B of the deadlift for their third deadlift of the day. At Squamish Barbell, that's Valhalla is Calling, the 100% Raw Powerlifting meet in beautiful Squamish, BC. Once again, Michael is attempting 222.5 kilos. It's looking good, looking good. Fight, 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 fight. That's a good fight. And a good lift. Good way to end. That's it. Good job, Mike. Okay. Next up, we have Corey Constantine. He's going to reattempt 242.5 kilos. That is 534.6 pounds. Once again, this is Corey's third lift of the day at 442.5 kilos. We're coming down to the last 4 deadlifts of the day.
All right, bar is ready for you.
So let's keep the hype going. Let's get Corey to have his third lift a huge success. Let's go, Corey. Oh, yeah, there we go. I wonder what happened on the first one because that was good. That's a good lift for Corey. Good way to end. Okay. We're down to the last 3 lifters of the meet. And we're up with Dan Wales, who is attempting 245 kilos. That is 540.1 pounds. Once again, that is 245 kilos for Dan Wales on his final deadlift attempt at the Valhalla is Calling 100% Raw Powerlifting meet at Squamish Barbell. Quick clean of the bar to make sure that knurling is nice and prickly to stick to those hands. Okay.
Bar is loading for you, Dan. Zach, you're on deck, followed by Matt.
Okay. Here we go. Third and final attempt for Dan. Come on. Nope. Nope. That's okay. That's okay. Good meet. Good lift. And good luck on the ultra running this summer. Okay, we're down to the last 2. Up next is Zach. Zach is attempting 247.5 kilos. That is 545.6 pounds. Once again, 247.5 kilos. Oh. Shake that off. Once again, this is Zach's third and final lift of the day at 247.5 kilos. And we're going, oh, smooth. That's it. That was beautiful. That's a good lift and a great ending to the Valhalla Calling powerlifting meet for Zach. Last lifter of the day, definitely not the least, probably some of yours favorite, especially for the deadlift, is Matt Lucas, who's going to be attempting 302.5 kilos. That is 666.9 pounds. I repeat, 666.9 pounds. I've just got word that Peyton is actually going to make a 4th attempt for a record after Matt Lucas. So the day has just gotten even more exciting. Okay, Once again, Matt Lucas is going to be attempting for his third and final deadlift of the day,
Ready for
302.5 kilos. Let's hear some cheering. Come on. Let's go, Matt. Come on. Here we go. Oh, man. Come on. Come on. That's it. Ooh, that was long. Oh! I don't know why,
We have
but we will find out later. Now we have a fourth attempt for Peyton Williams.
So I believe you can make a fourth attempt if you are going for a world
Now, you can
record
make a
attempt.
fourth attempt if you're going to make any record. So that's provincial, national, or world. Peyton is going to be attempting 180.5 kilos for a national record. Once again, that is 180.5 kilos for a national record for Peyton Williams. That is 397.9 pounds. Once again, Peyton, this is his first powerlifting meet, and he is 15 years old. I know he's turning 16 shortly, but still, 15, 16, this is impressive. So let's get behind him and support, because he's got to be somewhat tired right now. We're going to wait a moment. One of the judges had to talk to another one of the athletes, and we are cleaning the knurling of the bar for the final lift of the day. Once again, to round out the day, Peyton Williams is going to be attempting a national record at 180.5 kilos. Once again, huge thank you to all the sponsors and the volunteers and the judges and everybody who came out, and huge round of applause for the athletes. You guys have all done awesome today. And I am biased, but even just from my point of view, I'm super impressed. Once again, hold on.
Let's give him a big cheer here. This is a national record.
Once again, this is a national record attempt for his fourth deadlift, sorry. Once again, Peyton Williams, 15, national record, 180.5. Whoa! Oh! Oh! Too bad. That was a good attempt. Now you got to come back and try it again.
That is all.
Okay.
Let's go, big round of applause
I'm gonna-
for all of our
That is
listeners.
the end of the day for us. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Valhalla is Calling, a 100% raw powerlifting meet at Squamish Barbell in beautiful Squamish, BC. I am your host, Sammy Cox. I've had so much fun doing commentary again for you guys. If you are anyway connected to Rogue or the Rogue Invitational and you are looking for another commentator, please contact Jesse Bafano for my contact details. I would be happy to come out. If you want to hang on, in a few minutes we will do awards. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of your day, and we will talk to you or hear from you or see you soon. Once again, just a heads up, because she holds a special place in my heart, next weekend, Squamish Barbell favorite, Jamie Lynn Horth, is going to be she's going to be fighting at the USC Fight Night 223 in Vegas. That's Las Vegas, Nevada, at the UFC. She is going to be fighting on Saturday, April 29th. I'd like to tell you time, but I am not sure. Either way, Jamie Lynn Horth, UFC Fight Night 223, Saturday, April 29th. Once again, thank you all for joining. I am Sammy Cox. This has been a great day. The athletes have been awesome. The volunteers have been incredible. The judges have been wonderful. I've had such a great time, and I will talk to you all soon. or really talk at you. Thank you.
community as well, and just wish nothing but strength, health, happiness for everybody. So Jesse, thank you. Pass that tied into the other group. So we have the Big Papa and Sammy working the live stream. So for those of you that had tuned in earlier in the day or lifted today, you can always go back. It stores into the YouTube channel, so it's searchable on there. So you can go back, see all your lifts, find that sort of stuff. Yeah, hopefully that's valuable. Like, we're working harder and harder. You can see it's getting more and more technical. This time we had 2 camera angles, so we're classing it up. We had some of the content, so we didn't put the TV up like we always have. We had some of the content on that screen loaded into the live stream and updating in real time with each person that took the platform, right? So always make it a little more complicated each time, trying to make a better product and applying it to sort of all the events we do. Scoring crew, as always, reliable. Not the job of honor and prestige, and yet mission critical to seeing the success of the day. Lifters, or the plate loaders, spotters on the platform, right? That keeps everyone safe and allows those lifters to feel like they're taking the platform and can be confident by being able to fully apply themselves without the stress of like what happens if, right? So those crews who play load all day, I mean, it's like thousands and thousands of pounds moved over the course of like 6 hours by a couple of people, right? So keep that in mind. Yes. I'm killing time here, Jamie. Yeah, right. The been a fortunate day of small details here and there for making it all come together. Thank you. Some stuff got missed, but we've made it on time, punctually every time. So past that, I mean, it doesn't take a lot of people to run the show, but it does take really high quality people. And one of the reasons why we've stayed working with Raw for so many years is that judging is just like top tier. I mean, it's such a value to have judges that are working hard for the lifter, but still giving fair calls and fair lifts. Remember, at the end of the day, as someone who was here today competing, is that the point is, no matter how the day went for you, is that you need to be able to take something away that's valuable between here and the next time you compete or through your next training block, right? Like the point is that you've learned something that you can show not so much what you did today, but show that what you learned today is able to progress you forward with your training and your competitions, right? So however today went, the goal would be, next time we're here, is that it's even better, right? So, you know, competing, in my opinion, is definitely part of the training cycle, so it's important to be here, putting these sort of miles in, because it's not the same stepping up on the platform as it is day to day in the gym, when it's just a little easier to put stuff together, there's not as much consequence, right? Some of it is learning to be able to put those lifts together when it fucking matters, on the day you said you're gonna be there, so on and so forth, right? So for everyone who competed today, you now have lifts that are competition lifts, which are separate from what you've done in the gym. I think, without further ado, into our awards. So the awards that I always prefer to give out are gonna be coefficient. So top 3 men, top 3 women, and the coefficient. So that's body weight against total load moved, right? We've done different things in different years. I feel like over the years of stacking up sort of like medals and trophies, et cetera, that I wanted to head a little bit of a different direction. And I remembered that I hadn't gone and picked up the medals yet about 10 minutes ago when Jamie rushed out of here at full speed to go fix my error. So the medals this year are edible. So Sunflower Bakery did a whole bunch of, they did custom cookies for us for today for the top 3 men, top 3 women. Under there is a lot of donuts. I imagined them arriving here about 2 hours ago or so. But once we're kind of wrapped, help yourselves. There's about 60 donuts to plow through. So please have one or more. And we'll get to that. The last thing for the awards is I try to think every time about like what we want to do, and try to put something together that means a little something. And one of my pieces for sure for me was a bunch of years ago I competed down in Seattle for a strongman event. Ended up winning wasn't a particularly fancy or anything else, but it felt like every time you pull that mug off the shelf, you think about what you'd accomplished. So with Crystal sort of training with us and being in-house, what I had her do was she put together custom mugs. So these are all one-offs. They got the Valhalla Calling on the underside of them. We picked the colors. So it's there's black and red, white and red. So these are all sort of custom for this event. So the idea would be that anytime you pull us off the shelf, it reminds you of sort of like what you're capable of. So from there, top 3 women in order from 3rd to 1st. Sue. Stay up. We can stay up. We'll get back up here. Turn around. Yep. Join. Stay a while. Jordan. Lisa. Yeah, seems like we're going black for the men. All right. Gentlemen, 3rd place with a valiant return, Dan. Cookie and black mug.
You know I love you.
Yeah, man. 2nd place, Corey. Delicious cookie. 1st place, Matt Lucas. All right, those are your top 3 men, top 3 women for today. Thank you all so much. Like I said, I'll open up the box of donuts. Please tie into those. There's also a whole bunch of Rain Energies left. If you want to take one for every day of the week ahead, maybe start your work day with that. Help yourself.
Just so you know, I apologize to Big Matt because when I said rack instead of press, that damn drink had kicked in and it went.
Cheers. Thanks so much. Thanks for all the support coming out, you guys.